up, guys? How you doing today? Today is February 1st. It's a brand new month. Hope everyone has a successful and happy February.
I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots.
Yeah, put me in a bad spot.
I need help! You found a power key. You're a big help. Go slot it. Where am I? Flying Nimbus! Someone
Sorry, pal. Can't save you this time.
Gotta get the hell out of here! Thought I was a goner.
A lot of us were in eight. We're in eight. It's like he's in D right now.
Yeah!
Crying over one Dragon Ball? Holy fuck. You don't even have a shield.
Someone save me! Thank you. Someone save me! Be careful too, okay?
All of my teammates selling me out, man.
Stay calm.
Team Gordo, bro.
You found another power key. Use it quick. Nailed it.
alright, man.
I owe you one. This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them. That's a new power key. Place it now. Oh, man. Flying Nimbus!
Barrier. Or a cooldown drink. Won't have enough money.
Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies. Hey, great! You found another power key. Use it quick. This is bad. Somebody's down. Stay calm. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them. Oh, man. Flying Nimbus! Ally down! Oh, man. If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies. Oh, man. Get us! Gotta get the hell out of here! Change! The startup system for the super time machine is ready. Head there now.
5 of us left.
Holy hell. I'll send some supplies to help. Make good use of them.
Just woke up not too long ago. I took a shower, ate breakfast. Now I'm trying to get some matches in. How's your day going? Playing Dragon Ball the Breakers right now.
This is perfect.
Just lost. Got killed. Appreciate you dropping by. Hopefully we win our next match. This match was pretty bad.
system is under attack. Stop it if you can, but retreat if you need to. Got it? The startup system's under attack. It's dangerous, so tread carefully if you want to get closer.
I don't know. This Raider's just taking long. He should just destroy the time machine and
Close.
end the game, but he's trying to kill everyone.
Well now. Galaxy. Going down. Wait. If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies. Nailed it. I'm sure this will make Lord Frieza very happy.
Alright, now he's destroying it. This was our first match of the day. So
Could be trouble.
it's not looking good. So far, one loss. This is perfect! Yeah, man.
The startup system's destroyed. The escape time machine's almost prepped. You need to head for the beacon that's indicated by a blue light.
We have a minute and 30 seconds left. And just move. I didn't want to sit here for a whole minute just watching this. "30 seconds left. I doubt she's gonna escape."
It's do or die.
This is perfect.
We lost that match. Hopefully we have a better next match. Feeling this do rag right now. Priority 3, so we should have a Raider match soon. Gonna just put the manga on until we find another match, so I'll be right back.
Especially when it involves mortals. Our duty is to ensure the fabric of existence remaining intact, and difficult decisions, no matter how heartbreaking as they may seem, are necessary for the greater good. I can't believe that he's really gone, Takiro went on to then respond, and for his demeanor to remain as relaxed and carefree even in death is what truly makes him fascinating, with Yoshido then questioning, okay, so hold on now for just a moment. So with Goku now gone for good, and with his declaration of defeat now resulting in our victory, does this mean that we'll get to go back into our own respective realms now and not see the light of day of facing off against that Saiyan ever again, or what? Why you? How could you be so reckless, you stupid Saiyan? Why did you leave when you knew that this would happen? Beerus went on to then shed tears by responding, damn you, son Goku. With even Vegeta now having to ponder on Goku's erasure by then responding, I can't believe that you're truly gone. Why would you do this, Kakarot? Why did you agree to come back and help me, you clown? You weren't supposed to die like this. There was still so much more that was left for us to do. But even then, shockingly enough, it didn't seem as though this was now over, because with the Grand Priest now being shown having to hoist his hand up in the air was when the Grand Priest then went on to comment, well, I hope that he's learned his lesson, and so now let's bring him back. To which within that very moment, as the Grand Priest was then shown having to snap his fingers, was when the Grand Priest then went on to continue, sometimes the most profound lessons are those that are felt and not just spoken on. So to merely speak on such consequences is one thing, but to manifest them even temporarily is another. You are very lucky, to say the least, the Grand Priest went on to continue, and so I hope that you are truly able to fully understand this lesson, Goku. Now return to us at once, to which upon as Goku is now shown having to reappear, that was when Goku went on to question, what's happening? Wait, I can see my body again? Am I alive? Or is this some kind of a dream or something? Hey, I can see all of you again, so does this mean that I'm somehow alive? Is this really happening? Well, do feel free to wipe your tears, Destroyer, and yes, you are Goku, the Grand Priest went on to respond, and so welcome back. Such an experience, however brief, can be a turning point for any being, no matter how powerful they are, Goku. And so I do hope that you've learned your lesson here with us to never overstep your boundaries when dealing with gods. Well, what do you know, Akuma went on to then comment, the minister actually wanted to teach the mortal a lesson and brought him back. So it seems like our ventures with Son Goku isn't over after all then, with Budo responding, good, because now this just means that we just have another shot at breaking him again, with Goku then having to respond, but I don't understand, so that was just a lesson? So does that mean that I'm not going to be erased anymore as a result? Correct, the Grand Priest responds, you are safe for now, Goku. Sometimes a brief journey into the void is enough to realign one's perspective in reminding them of the rules in place. And I hope you now understand on just how important these laws are, Goku. This action was meant to serve as a vivid reminder not just to you, but to all those who dare defy the laws that govern us, Goku. And what I did was not done out of malice, but out of necessity. The laws created by the Omni Kings are absolute, and so I hope that you don't go around and call for things that a mortal such as yourself is by no means in any sort of position to call. Do you understand? And while I respect your zeal for battle and growth, there is a wisdom in knowing one's limits, the Grand Priest continues. You are an amazing warrior, Goku, and I trust that you grasp the lesson that was just embedded within since you're back, to which as Goku is now shown shaking the Grand Priest's hand, it was just as Goku was now beginning to thank the Grand Priest was when Goku then went on to respond, and boy did I, Grand Minister, and so thank you for bringing me back and for also giving me a chance to battle against the multiverse's strongest warriors. I learned a lot about them and about myself myself, and so I can't wait to see what lies in store for all of us next time, and I look forward to it, with the Grand Priest responding, "Your passion
Yo,
for
what's up?
battle and your
Rebecca,
respect
how you
for
doing?
our cosmic laws are very admirable, Goku. You've indeed left an indelible mark on us all, and so I look forward to our next encounter, for I'm sure that this will not be the last time that you see me or any of the strongest either." To which little did everyone now know, having to take place above them as a gigantic portal was now beginning to open, that was when Beerus went on to question, "Say, what's that up there? Is that a portal of some kind? Wait, no, don't tell me that Frieza is somehow still alive as well, is he? What's going on up there?" With the Grand Priest then responding, "Well, actually, Destroyer, that's not Frieza at all, but in fact, I think our ruling kings have finally decided to weigh in on the matter, since I'm sure that by now they must have been very eager to find out as to what was going on here since I've been away." In which seconds later, within that very moment, that was exactly what was now shown having to transpire, because with both Omni Kings now having to be shown making their presence known was when the future Omni King then went on to shout, "Hey, look, there they all are. I told you that they were probably here." I see, says the present Omni King, "and look, there are so many of them here too. Hello, Grand Minister. We've been looking everywhere for you," with Whis then having to respond, "Well, what do you know? It seems like the Omni Kings have been in search for you, Grand Minister, and I'm quite surprised that they didn't think to actually look here first in order to find you," with the Grand Priest then responding, "Well, it has been quite some time since I was last with them, and so it's better to check to see what they want. Hello, sires. It's a pleasure to see you both again," with Budo and Akuma responding, "Wait a second, since when were there two Omni Kings, Akuma? It's been thousands of years since we've last seen them, but since when were there two of them?" with Akuma responding, "I don't recall, but it's best not to upset either of them, for you know what would happen if one of them is annoyed, Budo. So try and keep your head on straight," with the future Omni King responding, "We finished the latest video game that you gave us, and so we had nothing else better to do for quite a while, and so, well, we went looking all over for you but couldn't find you. Where were you this entire time, Grand Minister?" with the Grand Priest responding, "Oh, did you now? Well, that's very good, and I was actually here with our 4 friends. You, of course, may remember the 4 who are a part of the 5 strongest in the multiverse, don't you?" In which with both Takira and Yoshido now shown having to bow at the same time was when Takira and Yoshido went on to respond, "Supreme God King Zeno, we are honored to be within your presence, sires. Welcome to Earth," with the present Omni King responding, "I remember you. It's been a very long time, Yoshido and Takira. Thank you for your welcome," with Goku then having to chime in, "Hey there, Zennies. It's been a really long time since we last saw each other, and so it's good to see you both again." "No, it's Kakarot, knock it off," Vegeta then went on to whisper. "Show some proper respect before you make them angry. They probably don't even remember you, so what are you doing?" with the Omni Kings then having to go as far as to surprise Goku with a fist bump by responding, "Oh wow, it's you, Goku! It's been such a long time. What are you doing here, and why do you look so beat up?" "Yeah," the future Omni King chimes in, "we've missed playing with you, but why do you look so hurt and damaged?" "Well, I live here, and so that's why I'm here, but one of the many reasons as to why I look so beat up like this was because we went through an incredible battle here on Earth," Goku continues, "and before that, I was actually a part of a really amazing tournament that had me going up against the 5 strongest in the multiverse over there. We had to end it a bit early though, but boy oh boy was it a special one. It was with those guys over there behind you, in fact," with the 2 Omni Kings then responding, "Can you believe that Goku was here in a battle against the 5 strongest in the entire multiverse and we missed all of it? Are you thinking what I'm thinking?" with the future Omni King responding, "I know, and I wish there was a way for us to change things and go back to watch it, but I think I am. Are you thinking what I'm thinking?" with the present Omni King responding, "I think I am, and so we should have them do it all over again."
Would you care to take part in a little warm-up? Ah, here we go. This stone will make the perfect material. What is that?
Alright guys, let's try to get this W.
Strokes. I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots. I'm an android, you see, and you can call me by my name, Cell. Stay calm. Stay calm.
You try to be slick, but you're not slick.
Bastard!
Again. Oh, great. Now look at what you've just started, Kakarot. You should have just kept your big mouth shut, Vegeta went on to then continue. Damn it all. Oh, now you've done it, you idiot. With Goku then responding, well, I didn't think that we could, well, just do anything again because everything is pretty much over and done with, but I guess that we could try if everyone isn't too tired, you know, with the present Omni King responding, well, if we can't have an all-out battle right now, then how about we have another tournament with all of you that were shown fighting in it, so that way we can all see you fight again. Yeah, the future Omni King then went on to respond, and let's make this tournament even bigger than it was before. Let's make it the biggest ever, with the present Omni King chiming back in. Yeah, let's do it, and let's also feature fighters from all across the multiverse and even across other realities and dimensions too. Let's go and get the 5 strongest to come back with the Grand Priest and have them fight against everyone. That means everyone will get to fight. Mortals, gods, angels, and maybe even us. As the others could not believe it, because with everyone having to overhear this and now being left absolutely shocked was when Beerus went on to chime in. God, they want to go and do what now? What have you done, Goku? Oh, why did you have to tell them about what you were doing? With Akuma then responding, did they just agree to draw forward warriors from all across space-time itself? Including other realities and other dimensions too? With Budo responding, they're absolutely serious with doing it too. And so then that just means that they will likely expand into the Omniverse if they want to create a tournament that large, Akuma. Well, as lovely as that sounds, the Grand Priest went on to lean in by responding, it's best to do that first so that way this doesn't turn into some kind of a multiversal disaster. And if you want, we can even call our next event the Tournament of Power 2, or whatever other name that you wish to give this event, sires, as a shocked Beerus went on to utter, another tournament that even happens to include gods of destruction from all across time and space? No, Goku, you buffoon, just look at what you've started. Why, Goku, you'll destroy us all. Why? Well, that all sounds like a great idea, you guys, Goku then went on to shout. How truly awesome, the Tournament of Power 2, or whatever other name that you guys wish to give it, but say, when exactly do you Zennies wish to have this actually take place? It's not anytime soon, I would imagine, right? Cause some of us here are pretty much beat. I second that, in fact, the Grand Priest went on to respond, for an announcement would first need to be held so that way all of these warriors from across the multiverse and beyond can prepare themselves for. Hey, Hey, I have an idea, the future Omni King went on to respond. Then let's have this take place 1 year from now. What do you think, present me? That would give every warrior from across the Omniverse a chance to train and get better. Hey, yeah, the present Omni King responds. I agree. So let's go and let everyone know
Right now we're
right
6 out of
now.
8.
Oh, I'm so excited.
you
I
find a match
can't
soon.
wait to see this all unfold. Well, this is going to be so good. With Goku then questioning, so what's an Omniverse, you guys? With Whis responding, well, to understand the vastness of what the Omniverse is, I want you to imagine every possibility, every choice, and every path that was not taken or altered, with each spawning its own separate universe. The Omniverse is like a boundless sea of mirrored universes, each reflecting a different reality, with some being a little familiar and with some being extremely different, Whis continues. Imagine it being similar to what you saw with the Elder Sage within the Mirror Realm when you first walked inside, Goku. The Elder Sage and the Mirror Realm with alternate versions of ourselves and more, Vegeta questions. What is Whis talking about here, Kakarot? With Goku responding, well, more on that a little later, Vegeta, but man, I've got to take you there because now I'm curious on what you would see when looking at your reflection, Vegeta. The Omniverse is a testament to the infinite potential of existence itself, the Grand Priest went on to chime in, and as you step into it, remember that every warrior that you will ever meet along with every scenario that you encounter is but a reflection of the limitless nature of the reality that exists here. For every choice that you have made in this reality, there is an alternate reality where you might have done something differently. The Omniverse is the grand collection of all of these realities wrapped into one. What did you just say? Vegeta went on to then shout. So there are others who are just like us, good or bad? Whoa, wait, really? Goku went on to then question. So that means that there could be different versions of us out there with different levels of power and such that we are all blindly unaware of? Why, yes, there are, the Grand Priest went on to then respond, but more on that on a later time. There is much for us to go and prepare for, especially if such an event like this is to take place, and so how about we all go home so that way we can all plan out the next great tournament out in private, the Grand Priest continues. So what do you say, sires? I also have a brand new video game for the two of you to play, and it's the latest Budokai Tenkaichi. And so right this way, my lords. It's best if we allow for everyone to rest and come back at a later time. There is much for us to talk about, especially if we're going to expand this into being the biggest tournament ever, right? With both Omni Kings responding, yeah, I guess he's right, so let's go and come back later. But all the while in the meantime, when then going back to Goku, it would only now surprisingly appear as though Takira had some words for Goku, as Takira then went on to address Goku by then responding, Mortal Warrior, remain where you are, for there is something that I must address with you, Takira says. Even though we never had the chance to resume our battle, for what it's worth, you and I will settle the score in finding out which one of us is truly the stronger warrior, son Goku. But I will say that of all the warriors that I've seen throughout my lifetime, you have surprised me the most, and were the only one outside of the angels who was actually able to give me a fight that was worth taking seriously, and so your potential is vast, Goku. And the next time that you and I battle, do make sure that prior to us engaging in a rematch that you hone your angel form to the point where you never need to drop back down in order to use it again. I have faced gods and mortals alike, Takira continues, but you, Goku, you stand as the testament to the idea that limits are meant to be broken over and over again. You still have a very long way to go if you wish to match us in raw power without the need to ever transform, but we will see how far you go once we meet again, so train hard, Saiyan, for your angel form will need every ounce of power that it can dish out against me the next time we meet, for it will be I who will win, and it will not be done via forfeiture this time. So in the meantime, take care of yourself, warrior. It was an honor to have battled with you, for you have earned my highest respects, mortal. With Goku then responding, well, thank you for giving me your respect, Takira, as you also have my highest regards as well. And hopefully once I get the hang of having to use my angel form a little better, that'll be the day where I'm finally going to beat you and win, and I can't wait. And I truly do appreciate your help and the chance that you took on me when you saw that angel power within me when I didn't, and so to that, I simply want to say thank you, Goku Goku went on to stick his arm out by responding, "Thank you for everything, and I look forward to fighting you again, Takira," with Takira asking, "A handshake?" "You continue to surprise me, mortal, until we
I had
meet
to refresh the
again,
room,
Goku.
but
Perhaps
now we're
maybe
2 out
we'll
of 8.
even see one another a lot sooner than expected too, but we will see. And I look forward to our next encounter, Goku," with Goku uttering, "Well, now that you know where we typically are, you can come here and visit us whenever you'd like if that's the case, and I'll be right here waiting for you when you do, so thank you, Takira," with Takira then being shown having to turn his head and then responding, "And as for you, if it were not for the trouble taking place on your planets, I take it that you would have accepted Son Goku's request to join him and fight me," with Vegeta responding, "Maybe I would have, but that's for me to know and for you to maybe one day find out. Takira, was it? I thought so. You are a very interesting creature, Vegeta. A different breed of warrior that I haven't seen in a very long time. It's refreshing, in fact. And from what I saw come from you, you two also have my highest respects. Until we meet again, Prince Vegeta," to which upon Takira now shown having to leave was when the Grand Priest then went on to ask, "Alright, and it looks like that we're all set here and ready to go. Are the 4 coming with?" Actually, just like Takira there, I'm gonna go and have a word with the Angel Monkey for a moment too, Yoshido then went on to ask, "so don't leave without me. Hey Goku, not so fast. I've got something to say to you, so stay right there. Now I'll be honest, you are absolutely crazy, you know that? And it sucks that we never got to finish our battle. Well, it sucks for you because of course I would have beaten you, but you went and proved us all wrong with how you battled against us, and so next time, you and I are going to have our rematch and finish all the way with nobody to tag either of us out. And so I will say that you've earned my respect as well, Saiyan. And so now don't drop the ball next time or you'll never be coming back," with Goku then responding, "Well, gee, thanks, Yoshido, as I do hope that we also get to fight next time as well, only without anyone having to get in our way either, and so thank you for being open within our fight," which as Yoshido was now shown having to address Vegeta was when Yoshido then went on to shout, "And as for you, oh, you got my blood pumping to fight earlier, and so I really like you. You seem crazy and explosive, just like me, and so if you are going to be anywhere to be found the next time that we're all set to fight, then I want a piece of that. Got it?" "Ugh, what is with this one?" Vegeta then went on to respond, "You're extremely annoying, you know that, but I'll gladly fight you the next time you show up too if that's what you want to do." "Oh, lighten up, would ya? Why are you so grumpy? Come on, Saiyan. Come on, Saiyan, you know you want to pound it. Go on, mortal, do it," with Vegeta having to respond, "No, now get away from me before things start to get ugly here," with Yoshido quickly responding, "Oh, stop it, Destroyer Mortal. I'm not scared of you, and so now bump it. Come on, we've got to go here, you know, and so I'm not going to wait around all day here while you leave me out here to dry, and so come on, with Akuma then having to also be shown addressing Goku by then responding, "Do not get the wrong idea here, Saiyan. You might have been able to best me within the moment, but you and I are far from finished. The next time we meet, you will lose, Saiyan, and you will lose just like you've lost to me before. And so even though you've shown me that you truly aren't as bad as how I originally thought you'd be, I will say this much and acknowledge the fact that you've earned my respect as a warrior as well, Son Goku. And so that's all that you will get," to which as Akuma was now shown using his magic and trying to fist bump Goku was when Akuma then went on to continue, "And if you think that you've seen all that I can do in battle, then just you wait until the next time we fight. So this isn't a goodbye, but more like see you next time, mortal," with Goku responding, "Well, you yourself were an absolute monster out there when we battled, and so I've got to give credit where credit is due here. And so thank you for also pushing me in battle to the point where it was almost like a wake-up call," Goku continues, "and if I didn't use your own chains against you, I don't think that there would have been a chance that I would have even beaten you, Akuma. And so thank you for an incredible fight and for being such an incredible fighter all around. And I look forward to hopefully having a rematch against you when we meet again. You, on the other hand, though," Akuma continues, "though recently introduced to us, are a very gifted and extremely prideful warrior. And I find that to be rather interesting in seeing seeing how different you are compared to Son Goku, with Vegeta then asking, yeah, and so what about it? And you're Akuma, I take it, right? The magician, huh? Indeed I am, but I am more than just a mere magician, Akuma continues, and so I hope that we see you around the next time the gods call for us to arrive. I want to try you out myself and see what you're all about, Saiyan warrior. Think you can last? Without a doubt I can, Vegeta went on to then quickly respond, and so just be ready, because if fate intends for us to fight the next time we meet, then so be it, Akuma. That's the spirit, mortal warrior, Akuma then went on to fly on out by responding, and this just leaves Budo, as we are all ready to go now, to which as Budo was now shown making his way towards Goku, was when Budo then went on to respond, oh, you didn't think that I would forget about you now, did you? With Goku then uttering, oh no, it's you. Hey, look, Budo, I really don't know what the issue here is, and so I just... Shut your mouth, Saiyan! You know what my issue with you is, and so before you have the chance to fight anyone, the next time I see you, you'll be fighting me, got it? And it'll be a fight to the death, just as I expected for it to be, with Goku then responding, alright, just take it easy, Budo. If a death battle is what you're really after, then I'll grant you that request, with Budo then responding, good, because you owe me and I will not be humiliated like that again, do you understand? I do, and here, to stand on my promise, let's shake on it and hope that we both have a good fight the next time we meet. Ugh, what is this nonsense? Fine, mortal. To which as Budo was now shown having to shake Goku's hand was when Budo then went on to continue, and for the record, you better not go back on your word, and as much as I hate to say this to your face, you've earned my respect in battle as well. But even with Budo now being shown pulling Goku in was when Budo then went on to continue, but don't get the wrong idea here, Saiyan. We are not friends, and I will hold you to your promise. And if you even dare try to rob me of my moment against you, then I will obliterate you with no remorse behind what I do. And so that goes for you as well, Budo then went on to address Vegeta by then shouting, you're lucky that I don't break your face now for speaking to me with such disrespect when you first arrived, and so you're no exception, Saiyan. Because if you want some too, then I'll gladly use you as a warm-up before I crush your ally Goku. So consider this a warning, with Vegeta then responding,
If you wish to save him, feel free to try at any time. Would you like to work for...
There's a 80% chance we're gonna get stream sniped, so just a warning, guys.
Can you hear me? It's Trunks. I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots. You found a power key. Go slot it. Hey, great! You found another power key. Use it quick.
Have to get this damn C and B key.
Are you here to save me?
Yeah, where this guy is.
That's a new power key. Place it now.
Poor Dende got mashed up.
An ally needs your help. You don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in. Flying Nimbus!
Guys, don't come this way, man.
Oh man.
Are you okay?
Tell you what, as thanks, you've earned an autograph from yours truly.
You know what to do with that key.
He's so fire.
Access the startup system from the central area. Flying Nimbus! Just a little more to go, then you're done.
We have two level 3s.
Stay calm. Stay calm.
No way he knows I'm over here.
This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise
Beat
extreme
that guy.
caution if you're going to help them.
Time machine, you dumbass.
You've got all 7 Dragon Balls. Summon Shinron at the altar. An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
Alright, this guy needs to go summon.
The startup system is under attack. Stop it if you can, but retreat if you need to. Got it? Here comes a pain! I'll send some supplies to help. Make good use of them.
Kinda just wasted my dragon change.
Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
Understood.
Well, unfortunately, he got his level 4. And he's cooking our level 4. Sodas.
I'm saved.
I'm close.
Should win by time machine. We got it. Good game, guys.
What is this?
There's too focused on the level 4 W team. I should have my Raider match soon. We can't find a match in 2 minutes. I'll put the manga on.
Well, it's kind of hard for me to take you seriously with that stupid thing on your head. Oh wait, that's just your ugly face. I don't care where you rank among the strongest. You rubbed me the wrong way the moment I laid eyes on you, creature, with Goku then having to shout, Vegeta, no, you don't want to make this guy mad. Oh dear, we may need to hold off there for a moment, the Grand Priest went on to then utter, because it seems as though we have ourselves a problem that Budo and Vegeta now find themselves in. Good, now let them slaughter one another, Yoshido responds. The rest of us want to go back home. In which cutting in between both Vegeta and Budo before having to come to blows was when Goku then went on to shout, whoa, holy cow, take it easy, you guys! You're going to destroy the entire planet if you start fighting! Just calm down, you two, please! If anything, let's just save all of this for the next time that we are called forward to battle. This is not the time nor the place, with Budo then shouting, change of plans then, mortal. Whenever we are summoned for this next tournament, you're mine. Do you understand? I'm going to make you eat those words, Saiyan. Then I'll gladly accept, Vegeta responds. Anytime, any place. I'm not scared of you. You may not be just yet, but I promise you that you will be. Just you watch when the next time we see one another, Saiyan, with Vegeta then having to turn towards Goku and shouting, what's your deal, Kakarot? Why didn't you move out of our way? I was ready to fight that bastard here and now. So what's the big idea, you idiots? All right now.
Let us finish this.
Indeed.
I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots. You found a power key. Go slot it.
Where's this damn key now? Try to plant it before he comes over here. Planting this E key is always annoying.
No need for impatience. It's your turn now.
Goku Black, what's up?
Greetings.
Damn, we lost someone.
An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
Greeting about. What do you think of it? Quite the color, hmm?
We'll have to find this B key.
Gotta get the hell out of here!
Or not.
I sent you a super
Oh, is it
transfer.
gone in there?
Use it to hold the enemy back.
Transfer's over here. I'm grabbing it. It's not. It's on the other side.
This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
Can't even reach that guy. He's too far. Someone else got him.
Get up! Thanks so much!
That's a new power key. Place it now. Ally down. If you intend to rescue them,
Damn.
watch out
Those
for
are level
enemies.
3.
Only one more left. Only one more left.
An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in. Access the startup system from the central area. Just a little more to go, then you're done.
Welcome.
3 got cooked.
I'll send some supplies to help. Make good use of them.
Gotta get the hell out of here!
A super transfer is headed your way. Take it now. Ally down. If you intend to rescue
This guy just
them,
killed
watch out for enemies.
like 4 of
An
us,
ally
bro.
needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits.
Fuck.
Think before rushing in. Ally down.
There goes another one. Everyone's down.
Watch out for enemies.
Away with you, mortal scum! Thanks.
The startup system is under attack. Stop it if you can, but retreat if you need.
For my drink.
Holy hell.
Got him with the spirit bomb.
Tickle him. Oh man. Evil must be destroyed.
Come on, bro.
This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them. Flying Nimbus! Bastard! Farewell!
All this guy had to do is have my back, man. I need to grab some sodas.
I'm immortal, it cannot be defeated.
The startup system is destroyed. The escape time machine almost prepped. You need to send proceedings and it's not just.
Feel the iron fist of justice! Be purified! Mortals, you must be expunged. A pure and perfect multiverse made clean by Samasu's hand.
Alright guys, let me put the manga back on.
And that should be everyone then, the Grand Priest comments. Thank you all once again, for we will be in touch to let you all know about when this next event will be taking place. And so, we wish you all the very best until we meet again. And so thank you all. May our next adventure be just as grand and just as memorable. And so until we meet again, Goku and Vegeta, and we will meet again soon. And so thank you all, and may you all take care of yourselves in the meantime, everyone then went on to shout. We will meet again soon and inform you all of the coming battle, as the Omni Kings then went on to shout, "See you later, Goku! We can't wait to see you all again for our next big tournament! Bye-bye, everyone!" With Goku then shouting, "Hey, see you all next time, guys! Thank you!" As Vegeta utters, "Oh, what a day this was. But I'm glad that it's all finally over now and done with," which, speaking of, we aren't done here, Kakarot. Now you better start talking, because I now want to know about everything, including about what those transformations of yours are, and just how you were able to obtain this angel form of yours that you displayed earlier. It was pretty amazing to watch in action, wasn't it? Goku then went on to question. Well, there's a lot for us to get into, but I want to know more about that freaky looking form of yours as well, Vegeta. Well, just so you know right off the gate, so that way you don't get the wrong idea here, but if you were able to strive in achieving an angel form, then that only just means that I'm going to strive into finding another level beyond this one too. And so now quit holding out on me and start talking and tell me how you did what you did to go through and reaching it now. Well, isn't this just great to see, my lord? Whis went on to then ask. They are already bickering and we haven't even settled in yet to talk about everything, but what a day it was. Did you find yourself enjoying everything, my lord? With an annoyed Beerus responding, "Oh, you do understand that Goku has doomed us all once again, don't you, Whis? Do you have any idea on what Goku has just gotten all of us into here. So, another tournament of power. Just when I thought I was out, that stupid Saiyan ends up somehow pulling me right back in. And now, look, a lesson is in order when we get back onto my planet, Whis. And you, have you lost your mind here or what, Goku? I ought to Hakai you for telling the Omni Kings all about what's happened, and not just here on Earth, but with the 5 strongest warriors in the multiverse as well. And with what they just mentioned, now I've got to prepare to fight too. With Goku then responding, hey, take it easy, would you, Lord Beerus? I mean, I wasn't just going to lie to their faces and risk something even worse happening to us if they found out that I was lying to them about what happened. Oh, you moron. You have a point, I guess, but still, what do you plan to do about this situation now, Goku? I need answers now. Well, I could just simply train with Vegeta and get even stronger so that I could aim to win it this time, don't you agree? And besides, I'll be honest and say that your new Mastered Ultra Ego form is really scary, you know that? Goku went on to tell Vegeta. I mean, if I didn't know any better, I would have thought that you were going to attack me for a second, but geez, you look freaky, Vegeta. Oh, that's rich coming from you of all people, Kakarot. For a moment while we were trying to push Kuliza's attack back, I thought you fell asleep mid-fight and were about to doom us all. Well, not with those eyebrows I wasn't, or lack thereof, because I mean, for a moment, I thought that we wouldn't have the need to fight Kuliza because you just scare him off with your freaky new form of yours and just have them split upon seeing it. I mean, you almost even had me scared there for a moment too, especially when you went all, I'm going to eat your soul and tear into your fusion the moment, but then it was only right before Goku could even go as far as to finish his sentence where Vegeta went on to then shout, oh, says you, clown! If you know what's best for you and would rather not want to find out on just how strong my new transformation really is compared to yours, then you better shut your mouth right now if you know what's good for you, Kakarot. Do you understand? Knock it off! Hey, geez, Vegeta, take it easy, would you? I was just joking around with you. You don't have to go all purple destroyer mode on me and eat my soul. Well, at least everything is now finally back to normal, wouldn't you say, my lord? Whis went on to laugh by asking, isn't this just great? Now we can all go back home or go to Bulma's place for a nice snack to end the day, with Beerus responding, we're doomed, Whis. Doomed, I say. These Saiyans are going to be the death of me. Mark my words. Oh, why does this always have to happen to me? I wish I was just in another universe because now they just won't stop. With Goku then having to tell Vegeta, and besides, if you don't want to start another fight with me here that you can't finish, Vegeta, with Vegeta quickly intervening, oh, you're one to talk, Kakarot. You couldn't even finish your own battles while I was fighting here. And so if you really want to get busy, then why don't you go and try me then, and I'll show you what my freaky transformation is really made of. Oh, will you two just shut the hell up already? You're giving me a headache, Beerus then went on to shout. It was only within the meantime, as both Goku and Vegeta were shown having to air out their differences, where it had now appeared as though an entity had seemingly enough gone as far as to now track them down and find them, as the entity went on to respond, so I was wrong to assume that every timeline has been eradicated from such worthless specks of so-called life. I was wrong to have overlooked the vast potential that these creatures have. How dare they continue to populate my worlds with such meaningless purposes to their existence? It almost makes me sick. And as I continue to grow hungry, these insects continue to scurry about, oblivious to their very insignificance in the grand scheme of all things that continue to exist. I find no joy in seeing the abundance of life that these creatures continue to fight for and fight alongside with. This only continues to confirm my very purpose as I watch over to see how many more realms and how many more timelines continue to thrive. And I will not stand for such life to continue thriving. Every soul shall crumble beneath the very weight of their own failure, as the ashes of their very existence is scattered across the cosmos for my pleasure. This timeline appears to be the strongest I've seen in quite some time, which means that this will be the timeline that I destroy. The audacity of life to thrive and flourish perish under my watchful gaze in many alternate timelines is a sin, and such sins will not be tolerated and allowed to exist without it being eradicated by my hands. Each of them, mortals and gods alike, must be dealt with. Existence is a fleeting illusion, and I am that very reality that will shatter their illusions, as I am the only singularity with no other equal to oppose me. And I am the point at which all things cease to be, and resistance is not just futile, but it is inconsequential. And I now see that there are other worlds that I must clean. And with every star that shines, every world that teems with life, every destroyer and every angel who guards them, every mortal and every warrior will soon know true desolation. And we will not stop until you are all found, and once you are all found, then we will not stop until we've made sure that each and every single one of you are purged from history. I have watched the birth and the death of countless worlds and the rise and fall of many civilizations, to which the one thing that they all have in common is that they all end the same, in silence and darkness, and your world will be no different once I arrive. I have gazed into the abyss, and I have seen the future, and it's void of all of you and filled with the perfection of absolute nothingness as it should be by my hands. The law of creation, the bounds of existence, they are all mine to manipulate and mine to control. And your attempts to stop me will be meaningless, as trying to halt the tides with your bare hands will ultimately backfire, for I have no equal. So you may take this moment to yourselves, but once we arrive is when your happiness will be turned into utter cries of mercy, and we will show you none. So enjoy your lives for as long as you are able to, for we will be seeing you very soon, and once we do, then I will devour your souls just as I did with those who came before you all. The histories you hold dear, the futures you dream of, and the present you live in will ensure that they are all whispers within the darkness, lost within the void. So enjoy your time together while you still can, because we are coming, and we are planning to rip everything away from you, as it was only right then and there. Now, during that moment is where the entirety of the Beyond Dragon Ball Super story of the top 5 strongest warriors in the multiverse manga chapter finale then comes to a close. Now, I can't thank you guys enough for sticking on by, as this is the conclusion of the story involving the top 5 strongest warriors in the multiverse, but as I've stated many times before, there will in fact be a sequel, not necessarily anytime soon, but
Would you like to work for me? Would you like to work for me? Would you like to work for me? Wait, I've seen this one somewhere before. Yes, I'm certain.
Gotta get this W.
Let the Carnival of Terror begin. Give me the Dragon Balls,
Dragon Balls? What?
Very well then.
Nothing going on over here.
Give me the Dragon Balls.
Dragon Balls? What?
Very well then. Give me the Dragon Balls.
Dragon, whatchamacallit? What
If you do not have them,
Bring back Namekian. If he doesn't have a Dragon Ball, I'll get more change.
careful now. This will be like before, and I won't be gentle. Where are the Dragon Balls? Very well.
Eventually he
Sure
did.
your death is quick. Now then, who shall I send to hell first? Where are the Dragon Balls?
Dragon,
Lots of civilians over here.
Where are the Dragon Balls?
Even if I had one, why would I give it?
Careful now. This won't be like before, and I won't be gentle.
Go!
Where are the Dragon Balls? Very well. I'll make sure you're
Low key thinking about destroying E, but so I could do that now. Civilians are gone. They got all the keys.
That wasn't half bad.
Got right into me, you skunt. I still have a full team. But I'm about to get my level 4 any second now.
Well then, let's begin, shall we? Would you like to work for me? Don't disappoint me.
I'm a civilian, so you have one Dragon Ball. Like,
Make me immortal!
Understood.
I've heard enough out of that mouth of yours! If you can't shut it, then I will! Would you like to work for me? Do or die! Dragon Fist! Guess I got no choice! Would you like to work for me? No escape! Don't disappoint.
you. Got it. Destroy the time machine, GG's.
You're no match for me.
Yo, what's up, Grizz? Gonna put a new manga on for us. This is the entire Resurrected Gods of Destruction Universe 18 saga story.
Well, you were another eye-opener that we did having to approach. Our story now opens up following the initial events of Universe 17's God of Destruction Grizzlord being shown waging battle against Broly, Goku, and Vegeta, to where with our heroes shown having to try and catch their breath following their initial engagement against Grizzlord was when Angel Jinrei was then shown having to approach their vicinity by then responding, "You know, I never thought that I would ever live to see the day where Lord Grizzlord would have been bested in battle by anyone, let alone for it to have come by the hands of mortal warriors. For your resilience against Lord Grizzlord was quite astonishing," Jinrei continues, "but what's even more impressive was to see you all go as far as you did in using your fusion as your go-to method in besting Lord Grizzlord, which again isn't an easy thing for anyone, including other destroyers, to go and simply do. However, Saiyans, while you are all formidable contenders within your own unique ways, your fusion along with your ability to briefly combine your ultra powers together was ultimately what did the trick," Jinrei adds, "and while I was able to watch you both swap in and out of using your so-called ultra instinct and ultra ego powers moments before you made contact, I must say that you have earned my respect, along with I'm sure the respect of Lord Grizzlord if he was awake to go and address you. But while the two of you who went and fused were formidable while standing together as one, you on the other hand, Broly, well, you were another eye-opener that we did not foresee having to play out, especially after you had went and transformed the way you did, because outside of Goku and Vegeta's ability to wield the power of the gods on their own, and even while using fusion to go and do it, you on the other hand possess a far more explosive and dangerously furious power, the likes of which can only be compared to that of a destroyer's power, except while you lack the ability to control it, you had still given Lord Grizzlord a good run for his money, and so you should feel honored at the fact that you did, Saiyan," as Broly then went on to quickly respond, "Power compared to a god? Well, thank you." But then, it was only suddenly from out of nowhere as a massive beam of light was shown having to crash on down was when Vegeta had gone as far as to turn his head by then shouting, "Hey, wait, and just what in the world was that just now? Girl, don't tell me that it's another one of those destroyers again who came looking to pick a fight with us, damn it." Well, no, for that doesn't appear to be the energy of a god of destruction that touched down, but instead, Jinrei responds, "Judging of course based on what I can sense, it would only seem as though this creature just so happens to come from Lord Beerus's universe as well, and likely another one of your mortal allies from Universe 7, of course, and as it looks as though the three of you finally have some company after all," as Vegeta then went on to quickly respond, "Wait a minute now, that's Gohan, but just just how in the world was he able to travel here like that? Unless it was maybe Whis who was the one who went and brought him here, but just look at him, Goku responds. He looks really different somehow, as Gohan then went on to quickly respond. So it looks like Whis was right about where you guys were after all, but wait, is that what I think it is behind you all? Surely that can't be now, could it? Is that Universe 17's God of Destruction that's just laid out on the ground behind you guys all the way over there? Were you guys responsible for that? Because that's a little scary to see, as Goku then went on to respond. Well, it's good to see you again, son, but yeah, it's kind of a long story, but we had it out with Lord Grizzlor for just about an hour now, and well, he's knocked out cold for the time being, as Gohan then went on to respond. Wait, hold on, did you just say we, as in all of you, including Broly too? And you were all at war with that one destroyer for just about an hour? Well, gosh. Well, I can see on why, because you guys all look pretty banged up, you know, but I'm glad that I came at the perfect time then, Gohan says, because I could only go and imagine on how difficult fighting that god over there must have been. But wait, so if Universe 17's God of Destruction is out cold, then does that mean that we are all going to go home now? Because I wouldn't see as to why we wouldn't, right everyone? Or did I just happen to get in the way of something in the Alright, Vegeta then went on to quickly interrupt Gohan by responding. I think it's pretty obvious by now that something's changed because your presence is unmistakable the moment you had arrived, Vegeta says. And we can sense that you have grown far stronger than how you were shown having to be previously. And so what exactly did you do? Who did you go and train with to allow yourself to grow this much? Because if that outfit of yours wasn't already a dead giveaway, then your power certainly was. And so now start talking and don't try to act as though you don't know what I'm talking about either, because that isn't going to work and you know it. And so what happened? With Goku chiming in, I'm with Vegeta on this one, Gohan, because I've never seen you wear anything like that before, but what's even more notable is that your power level, even while in your base, is massive compared to what it was before. And so because of this, was this a result of your training with Piccolo back on Earth or something? Or did you and Piccolo manage to go and undergo a different form of training that resulted in what we're seeing now? As Gohan then went on to respond, wait, is my power level really that noticeable? Because surprisingly, it wasn't Piccolo who I was training with this time around, but instead, I was actually training with Lord Beerus, and truthfully, training alongside Lord Beerus was unlike anything that I was ever shown having to experience before, and his methods, along with the two of us being assisted by one of Whis' older brothers named Valko, was extremely intense, Gohan continues. But because we were able to train under the watchful eye of Valko, who specializes in angelic training for young rookies, had paid off, and so you should go and see on how much Lord Beerus has improved too, because I wasn't the only one that was able to evolve my powers while training, as it was only while we were both training with each other where we went on to discover something that was far greater than either one of us had thought was previously possible, and therefore, not only was I able to evolve myself into discovering a far greater level of power than I was ever shown having to have wielded before, but, well, Lord Beerus was also able to evolve himself, so much so that he's almost unrecognizable when he transforms, Gohan continues. And while I know that all of this sounds pretty crazy, but to be quite honest with you all, training under Lord Beerus for the first time the way I was had really opened my eyes to a lot of things that I honestly wasn't fully aware of before our training, and so I'm glad. Wait a second, now just hold on. This entire time while we've been away, you've been off training with Lord Beerus instead? But how did this come to be if Lord Beerus only ever had given us time to train myself, Vegeta questions? For it would explain the sudden change that we sense that's coming from you, but still. And what was this that you had mentioned about discovering a new power, with Goku chiming back in? Incredible, for I never would have imagined that Lord Beerus would go and show any real interest to go and train anyone else if it's not Vegeta or myself, but I'm also curious about what you had just mentioned too, and so are you saying that both you and Lord Beerus have managed to obtain and unlock some kind of a new transformation or something? And if so, then what exactly is it? But then, it was only just then during the middle of their conversation from out of nowhere as a mysterious portal went on to open up with Universe 18's Angel being shown standing across from it was when Angel Rumi then went on to respond, "Ah yes, for it would appear as though Lord Primos' suspicion of Beerus's mortals to be here was in fact proven to be true after all. Oh, I'm sorry, for I hope I'm not interrupting anything by being here now, am I? Because I surely hope not, of course," with Jinrei responding, "Sister Rumi, well this is quite unexpected for you to just suddenly drop in and show your face like this from out of nowhere. And what do I owe you the pleasure since you are already here?" Jinrei questions, with Goku chiming back in, "Hey, I remember her, don't you, Broly? She's that angel attendant from the 18th universe who was accompanied by that one destroyer god who really didn't like you all that much if you remember, but what could she be doing here, and how did she even know that we were in this universe to begin with?" With Vegeta responding, "Well, I think it's fairly obvious as to why she's here, Kakarot, because if you haven't already noticed by now, they all seem to want a piece of us, which likely means that word must have spread of our conflicts with these other destroyers around, and so now because it did, this one here now wants in on all of the action between."
Pitiful. Such is the way of human pests. I will finish you off nice and slowly.
Guys, see what's up.
Can you hear me? It's Trunks. I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots.
Thanks.
I'm gonna find a power key right quick.
Flying Nimbus!
You found a power key. Go slot it.
Is anyone out there? Thank you very much.
Here comes a ray. Place it now.
Let's go! Bastard! And now, together for justice.
Great. You know what to do with that key.
Soon the world I've been dreaming of for so long will be made manifest. Mortals are unnecessary. And more than that, plastic.
I owe you one.
Oh, where's this damn D key, bro? Here, right here.
Hey, great! You found another power key. Use it quick. That's a new power key. Place it now. What? Holy hell. Oh, man. Holy hell. Close. Here comes the pain. Shall we strike?
Stupid ass tree.
Of course. Zamasu. Will obliterate.
This is the startup system from the
Oh.
central area.
That's game, guys.
Go, then you're done. Gallant gun!
So does.
Flying Nimbus!
Break this though. Sort of, but it's so far away. We have 2 level 3s. Everyone's going for that one drink. Damn it.
The startup system is under attack. Stop it if you can, but retreat if you need to. Got it? Holy hell. They're close. Here comes the pain.
GG's.
Can't be. Who can this be?
Guys, I'm gonna put the manga back on. I gotta go wash some dishes real quick. I'll be right back.
Us too. Well, before I go and do anything else, Angel Jinrei went on to point out his staff by healing Goku, Vegeta, and Broly all of a sudden by responding. I would advise for you all to go and take your leave now, since I'm sure that Lord Primos is already more than interested in confronting you all. And so to ensure that your burdens are kept with you, I will hereby go and heal you all, so that way you may all go and take your leave in one piece before Lord Grizzlord were to awaken and see you all still standing here. And because of this, it would be wise for you to listen to what it is that Rumi has to say and follow her instructions. And so what exactly is all of this about then? Gohan went on to approach Rumi by asking, because I know that you didn't just appear from out of nowhere just to go and congratulate everyone, Angel. And so what exactly is all of this truly all about? With Rumi responding, well, if you really want to know, then I will spare you more along with the details after you agree to come with me, but I do want to say that I bring a message from Lord Primos of Universe 18, for not only is he fully aware of the incredible battles that you have all went and waged against some of the newly resurrected gods of destruction, but, well, Lord Primos also wishes to explain more of this to you face to face, with Goku then having to question, sounds like a fight to me, but what do you guys think? Should we all go and find out as to what it is that he wants, or should we maybe just go and decline his offer and turn the other way? Because truthfully, I'll be honest here, I'm kind of curious to go and see as to what he wants, you know, with Vegeta responding, well, of course he's looking for a fight, because thus far all of them have Kakarot. But the question now is, would it be worth the trouble of going into this universe? With Broly then surprisingly having to respond, if this is the same destroyer that I'm thinking of, then I will go, because I'm headed in. With Gohan then quickly interrupting, hey, hold on there for just a second, alright? Are you sure that you want to go through with this and head inside? Because honestly, we really wouldn't know as to what we'd be going up against in there if we go, and so are you sure? With Broly responding, I'd rather go and take my chances out there against him, and so yes, I am sure about going inside to go and see as to what this destroyer wants, and so I'm going in. With Gohan responding, well then if that's the case, then I'll be going alongside with you just to be on the safe side, and so let's go. To which as Broly and Gohan were then shown stepping on through was when Rumi then went on to then chime back in, wonderful then, now if you would simply go and follow my lead, then I will take you straight to Lord Primos myself, and so be sure to come right this way and try not to get lost along the way either, mortals. With Gohan responding, well, I hope that whatever this destroyer looks to confront us all about is well worth it, because the energy levels that I'm sensing on this world are all over the place, and they're also pretty massive too. As Vegeta went on to then dash towards the portal in a hurry by then shouting, hurry it up, you idiots, or else the portal that binds these universes will close and we'll lose them both inside of it, Kakarot. Right, well, sorry for all of the trouble, Jinrei, but thank you so much for healing us. And although we gotta run, we hope to see both you and Lord Grizzlord soon, so take care. Oh, just look at us. We barely made it thanks to you, and so now let's hurry it up and follow them before we lose them within the thickness of this jungle. With Goku responding, well, gosh, hey, take it easy, Vegeta, will ya? I didn't mean to, and besides, they're all right there in front of us anyways, and so let's just trail behind them and see where she goes and takes us. As Gohan then went on to quickly respond, gosh, this jungle is extremely dense. Hey, so being that I was away while all of this went down on Lord Beerus's planet, does anyone know as to what Lord Primos looks like or anything of the sorts? Do you guys think he really means business, or are we in for something easy out here if push comes to shove? With Goku responding, well, truthfully, me and Broly were the only ones who saw him, and although we're not really certain on how strong this destroyer is going to be, he's certainly without a doubt the biggest and meanest looking one among the bunch. As Angel Rumi then went on to quickly respond, well, although I will say that not only is Lord Primos the biggest destroyer among the others, but I would go as far as to say that he is also the strongest among them all too. For he isn't really known for being just any ordinary god of destruction, for Lord Primos is an alpha destroyer, better known for his ruthless and methodical nature in combat, for every move he makes is very well calculated, along with every tactic meticulously planned for succession, as this itself is what sets him apart in making him one of the most feared beings across the entire multiverse multiverse, Rooney adds, for he doesn't truly take kindly to anyone who dares to even remotely try and disrespect him, and while I may not know as to what Lord Primos intends to do with you all now that you're all here, what I will go on and say is that it would be best not to anger Lord Primos, and especially if you know what's good for you, but I fear that with all that I have heard take place involving you all, I'm almost certain that this won't be the case upon having to confront one another, with Gohan then chiming back in, well, this guy sounds like a whole bag of trouble, but let's just hope that things don't end up getting nasty out here, or else things will go from bad to worse in a matter of moments. But if anything, Broly looks really determined by having to take the lead here, with Vegeta responding, yeah, well, that's because this god of destruction must have really gotten Broly's attention if he's already shown leading the way like this. And so now how much further do we have to keep walking, Angel? As Angel Lumi then went on to quickly stop by responding, oh, and there you are. Now let's see if I can go and inform him that you are all finally here as he requested. Lord Primos, can you hear me? For it is done, as the Saiyan mortals are all here with me, just as you had requested for me to go and do. And now that they're all gathered together, just as you had intended for them all to be, Rooney continues, whenever you are finished eating whatever it is that you are eating up there, you may go and address them as you wish, with Vegeta responding, wait, so this is Universe 18's God of Destruction? So this was the destroyer that you said had singled out and targeted Broly, with Goku nervously responding, oh yeah, that's him up there alright, and how could I forget given how big that guy is? For I honestly think that he's the biggest God of Destruction among them all, if I'm being honest here, with Gohan chiming in, whoa, just look at him, he's massive, and his energy feels very wild on top of it all, and so, what do you think he wants from us, especially while knowing as to where you all would even be, as Primos went on to then look on down by addressing the others and responding, well, would you look at what we have over here? And here I was starting to grow concerned that Lord Grizzlor had already eliminated you little worms before I had the chance in getting my hands on you, but I'm glad to see that Beerus's dirty little minions have finally all arrived, especially you, the biggest among your group, for I have special plans for you. And now that you are all here, it's time to get down to the bottom of why I had Rooney bring you all into my domain, for I am going to crush you all and show that idiot Beerus on just how pathetic his mightiest champions truly are. For Beerus had went and drew the line a long time ago, and because of his actions, it'll be his mightiest of champions who will pay the ultimate price, Primos continues. For I've been looking forward to this very moment, and since I heard so much about how the three of you had went and given the other gods of destruction a good run for their money, whatever tactics or strategies that you mortals were shown having to use before won't work here, Primos continues. For do you actually believe that your strength within your tiny numbers will be what grants you victory over me? How delusional. As I too have strength in numbers, and unlike your tiny handful of numbers, my numbers are far greater. Yes, and even though I'm a little curious to see on just how skilled you little worms truly are, my primary focus is going to be with you, the Saiyan mortal named Broly. And so prepare yourselves, Saiyans, for this is going to be your final destination and the very place where you will all be destroyed. As all the while in the meantime, when then venturing back on over into Universe 13 and seeing what Universe 13's God of Destruction Reno alongside his Angel Pinota were up to, it was only during Reno's observation upon having to look closer into one of the crystal balls that he was holding was when Reno then went on to chime in, tell me something, Pinota, for this crystal orb that was given to me by Ferrix is supposed to reveal future events that are said to take place, yet it goes on to reveal nothing no matter what it is that I try, and so why is that? Is this thing broken or what? Cause my patience is starting to slowly run dry and I am in no mood to play any sort of games with these gods of destruction, and so what's the catch here, Reno questions? For I was only ever able to look into this thing once after getting some kind of a tournament take place, but after attempting to look further, the images that this orb had been projecting had stopped, and so what exactly happened? happened here. For he doesn't truly think that I wouldn't go and pay him another visit if I find out that this orb is completely defective now, does he? But what say you, Reno continues, as I surely don't have to do what he said and wait an entire 3 hours for this thing to reboot itself again now, do I? For I want to look more into learning about this Tournament of Power too, and so how can I go and do so without having to wait, Pinota? With Pinota responding, well, unfortunately, Lord Ferrix wasn't lying about the orb's recharge time, and so yes, Pinota responds, for I'm afraid that you'll have to simply go and wait for the orb to be used again after having to recharge, but hold on there for just a moment, as it would only now seem as though we have unexpected visitors, my lord, to which upon Whis and Beerus then being shown suddenly having to arrive, this was undoubtedly the last possible thing that Reno had ever expected to have happen, as Reno then went on to look on down by quickly responding, well, look who decided to finally wake up after lying unconscious, Pinota. For you should already know better than to come barging into my universe unannounced like this, and so what's the occasion, Reno questions? Did you come crawling back for another beatdown, Beerus? For I didn't think that you'd be foolish enough to seek me out like this again after what I did to you a few days ago. And so why exactly are you here? And this better be a good one, unless you warrant me having to drop you again like I was shown doing before. And so now cough it up and start talking right now or else. And so now hurry it up and get to it, Destroyer. Well, greetings to you as well, Lord Reno, and you, Sister Pinota, for you know that I just hate having to interrupt, but, well, the matters in which Lord Beerus and I are here within your universe today is in regards to a rematch clause between both Destroyers that was recently just granted and approved by the Grand Minister himself, and so the purpose of our visit here today involves exactly that, Whis went on to continue, a rematch between Lord Reno and Lord Beerus that was given the green light by the Grand Minister in having it take place here and now between the two, and so that is why we are both here. And on top of it all, since Lord Beerus is more focused now than he ever was prior to facing Lord Reno a few days ago, Lord Beerus was also given approval that if any other gods of destruction were to appear and also want a piece of the action against Lord Beerus, then they are hereby allowed to be given the right to do so, since Lord Beerus insists on settling a few things straight here before he and I are shown having to take our leave. And well, since we are both already here and with Lord Beerus already determined and ready to go, Whis continues, I think it's best if this rematch that he asks for were to be taken seriously and for it to be allowed to take place here and now, unless of course you would prefer to go and directly deal with the Grand Minister himself personally, and so the choice is yours. A rematch? You can't be serious, for you must be out of your mind, Beerus. For how could you possibly think to come back for more after taking the beating that I gave you in front of the other gods of destruction and expect to actually atone for the loss that you have taken? For you'd be a fool to go and challenge me to a rematch, but tell me, because now I want to know, do you honestly truly think that you can win, or is there something more, Reno questions? Is this some kind of pathetic attempt to try and save face in order for you to cover up for the embarrassing performance that you displayed against me? As I refuse to take you serious, and so you must be bluffing, because it's a terrible one at that as well, Beerus. And so now fess up and tell the truth. As Beerus then went on to respond, your skepticism is expected given the history between us, but I can only go as far to assure you here and now that this is not a stunt, Reno, for I am not bluffing, and I am 100% certain that the outcome of our rematch will not be ending in your favor as it did. And in case you don't believe me, then why doesn't your angel go and check to see for you, so that way she may already go and confirm what I'm already here to tell you to your face, Reno? For this is not a joke, and I am in no mood for any of your mind games either, and so you will either get this over with or forfeit against me. As Reno then went on to respond, oh, spare me the tough talk, for your bravado is both amusing but also extremely pitiful. For you must be delusional to think otherwise, but go ahead and confirm for me if what Beerus is saying to be true, Pinota, for I doubt that he is telling the truth anyways. As Angel Pinota then went on to respond, actually, Lord Reno, and I hate to have to regret to inform you of this, Beerus, but it would only appear as though my brother's words along with Lord Beerus's on being given the green light for a rematch against you was indeed been given by the Grand Minister just a few hours ago, and from there ordering for the contest to take place immediately. As a shocked Reno then went on to look over by responding, "Wait, say what now? So it's true? Everything they said in regards for there to be a rematch held is actually true? But how? And more importantly is that you mentioned immediately, and so how immediate are we talking here, Pinota?" Well, from what I can see here, it is said that the moment upon Lord Beerus's arrival, if he just so happens to call for his rematch to happen against you, then that is exactly when and where it will go and take place under the direct orders of none other than the Grand Minister himself. As Beerus went on to then look on up by cracking his knuckles and responding, "Yes, that's right, for you may have defeated me once, but the defeat that you handed me has only made me stronger, and far stronger than you can ever possibly begin to imagine. For the monster that had slumbered deep within me has now fully awakened," Beerus continues, "as in the end it was all thanks to you, for it's my thirst for revenge and my urge to break you in half that drive me, Reno. But I do have to thank you for giving me the wake-up call that I needed in order to see the bigger picture here, but heed my warning here and now, Destroyer, for the power that you are about to witness will be a power that is so great and so far beyond your understanding that it will redefine the very meaning itself of what it means to wield the title of a god of destruction forever. And so now whenever you are ready, let's go and settle the score between us once and for all, Destroyer." To which it was soon after Reno having to learn that Beerus was in fact granted permission by the Grand Priest and having to challenge him to a rematch was when Reno then went on to respond, "Oh, you've got some nerve coming into my universe and demanding for a rematch against me, Beerus. And for you to have been given the approval directly by the Grand Minister and going through with your rematch makes me sick. But you and I both know on what's about to happen down there, and so don't act as though anything has changed, because it hasn't. Nothing has changed since then, for you are just as weak and pathetic as ever, as you and I both know that this rematch is going to end the same way as it did before. And just in case you have forgotten on how this is going to end, it is going to end with you squirming for mercy while lying face down on the floor, just as you were shown doing when I smashed you into the dirt on your home world, Beerus. As you were powerless against me then, and you will be powerless against me now, for your delusion of defeating me will only result with another embarrassing defeat in the end, Beerus. And so I will go and offer you one last chance to take your leave, or I am going to crush you. With Whis having to respond, "Well, I'll be sure to go and watch from up here just in case you need me, and so do and try to remember not to go and overdo it, Lord Beerus, for we wouldn't want to have to go and answer to the Grand Minister and the Omni Kings on why one of their destroyers is no longer around, and so do try and be mindful while out here against him, my lord." With Beerus responding, "I may be determined, but I'm not stupid, Whis, for I don't need to end his life in order to further prove my point against him, but I will on the other hand go and see to it that I punish him for a little while since I'm already here. And while you continue to talk so boldly and assuming that you already have me all figured out," Beerus went on to then continue, "then why don't you go and come on down here and see if you can back any of it up face to face." To which, as Reno was then shown having to do so, was when Beerus then went on to continue, "And while I plan on keeping this short and sweet, let's not go and waste either of our time here either and jump right into the action since I'm limited on my time here." With Reno responding, "Oh, is that so? Well, I find it very odd that you would even dare and call for a rematch after having me wipe the floor with you as recently as I did. But tell me something, how are you any different now compared to how you were before?" Reno questions, "for you don't appear to have changed in any sort of noticeable way, and so what is this confidence based on? Because you and I both know that you are going to lose either way, and so now talk." With Beerus responding, "So you think that nothing has changed now, do you? Well, think again, because the loss that I had suffered by your hands was a turning point for me, for it had drove me into rediscovering my inner strength along down with my resolve within the process, as I went and had spent every moment since then in training myself so that way I can ensure that I never face such humiliation ever again. For I am far stronger and much wiser and more determined now than I ever was before, and so if you truly expect for any of this to be as easy as you think that it will be, then I welcome you to come and try and find out, as I will show you as to why you are dead wrong in your assumptions. But then, it was only just upon with Reno being shown circling Beerus around, and from that point them being shown having to strike him with Beerus shown blocking, was when Reno then went on to respond, "Yeah, well, I'm not buying it, Beerus, and if there is anyone who should know on how you are firsthand, then look no further than me, and so I'm calling your bluff here and now, Destroyer," with Beerus responding, "You still aren't quite getting it now, are you, Destroyer? But maybe your eyes will finally open once this battle of ours continues. Big deal, you managed to block one strike, so just because you were lucky enough to do it, doesn't mean that you are fully in control of this contest, Beerus. And so because of that, don't go and get cocky again, or it just might cost you dearly, Beerus," with Beerus responding, "But is it though? Is that really what you believe happened, Reno? Cause if you wish to go and try that one on me again, then maybe I could once again go as far as to prove you wrong twice, and further go on to show you as to why things have changed." To which, as Reno was then shown attempting to leg sweep Beerus with Beerus shown leaping on up, was when Reno then went on to continue, "Nonsense, for the only thing that you seem to have improved on is running that big loud mouth of yours, which is only going to make it that much more satisfying once I close it. And while you may have went and did whatever it was that you have done to try and claim the title as being the stronger god between us," Reno continues, "if you truly think that I am unable to keep track of you throughout this battle of ours, then you must have already forgotten on just who exactly you are up against here," Reno went on to then backhand Beerus across the face, "because unlike the other destroyers, including those Saiyan mortals which you still continue to house within your pathetic universe, I am not an opponent which you can easily just bypass, Beerus. But since your brain doesn't appear to be working very well, then why don't I go ahead and remind you of just what exactly you are up against here, Destroyer." To which, in a brutal fashion, with Reno shown grabbing onto Beerus' throat before being shown slamming him repeatedly down on the floor after being shown from that point throwing him up in the air, was when Reno then went on to continue, "So let this painful realization be what opens your eyes to the truth here between us, as you will never be strong enough to best me, for your glory days are already long behind you, and since the days where you were once within your prime, you will never go back into being what you once were, and the answer as to why is a simple one, and that is because while you've continued to spend the remainder of your days since our erasure letting yourself go, we, on the other hand, since returning, didn't cease in refining our powers. And so here's to your rematch clause being granted, for I warned you that this was going to end the
Awful foe. Ha ha! I found you.
Guys, let's get this W.
Can you hear me? It's Trunks. I've set a
Flying
super
Nimbus!
time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots.
You're my savior.
You found a power key. Go slot it.
Someone save me! You be careful too, okay?
Flying Nimbus!
Gotta get out of here.
That's the new power key. Place it now.
I need help. Thanks. You're my savior.
Great. You know what to do with that key. That's a new power key. Place it now.
It's unfortunate.
Hey, great! You found another power key. Use it quick.
No level 3s. Journey B looks like.
Access the startup system from the central area. Just a little more to go, then you're done.
They're jumping right now. Try to get the time machine going as fast as possible.
An ally needs your help. You don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
Dude, go to the time machine, bro.
The super transfer is headed your way. Take it now.
I gave it all. I gave it my all, guys. I gave it my all. I don't know where the fuck everyone else is. What the hell, man?
I'll send some supplies to help. Make good use of them.
Don't you do it.
Don't waste the sensu, my guy.
Flying Nimbus!
Oh man. Holy hell, man.
Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
Holy hell.
Can't make him move, or he'll hear me underwater. Do have a final dragon change, but I'm gonna save it until he has at least 1 bar of health. And some people are on the time machine right now, so gee, fuck it, I'm gonna use it now. Let's go. W team, W team.
Same way as it did, and it will, Reno went on to then double axe handle Beerus down onto the ground. Well, my word, well, they certainly didn't waste any time by having to jump right into trying to crush one another. Whis went on to then chime in by overseeing this battle down below. But while Lord Reno does appear to be the one who is in control here, and I don't think that it will continue to remain that way, especially once Lord Beerus decides to go and take this matter to a whole different level, but we'll see. There we are now. Serves you right for thinking that you even had a shot at besting me, Beerus. And so maybe now you will remember your place among the hierarchy of the gods and never challenge me like that again. Reno went on to then spit on the floor by walking away. Arrogant little fool, good riddance. And to think that he was actually starting to buy into his own delusion was just pitiful. Foolish destroyer, well, so much for that. But then, it was only just then within that moment as Reno was beginning to walk away, as a sudden burst of energy was then shown having to emanate, was when Reno went on to then turn around by responding, "What the? Oh, but of course he would. For he never bothers to go and listen to his instincts, especially when he knows that he simply cannot win. And although his energy does in fact appear to feel a little different than how it was shown being before, I just absolutely hate having to waste my time on nonsense that is already beneath me. As you never seem to want to learn now, do you?" Reno went on to then formulate a Hakai ball within his hand. "But maybe this ought to be what reminds you of my status, for your desperation to prove yourself against me has only once again resulted in your humiliating defeat. And now that you have exhausted your rematch clause here against me, let this be the last time that you ever come onto my world and disrespect me with such nonsense. For you had thought that you could overcome me, and now look at where it's gotten you, as my power is far beyond your reach since letting yourself go, and your inability to accept the truth behind my supremacy over you has now resulted with this. And so know your place, destroyer, and don't ever dare to come back into my universe and ever dream of trying to challenge me like this again. So while you're lucky that I don't use this moment to rip your life away, since you don't deserve to hold a similar title that the rest of us do, consider this as being your final ever warning, and so now accept your fate just as you did when I had beaten you before, and stay down, Beerus." To which moments later, as a gigantic explosion was then shown having to take place, with Reno assuming premature victory before being shown having to reunite with his angel Pinota, was when Reno then went on to continue there. And so now let this also be a lesson for anyone else who wishes to go and oppose me, because any one of those other gods of destruction can go and get it as as Beerus had gotten, and so that should go and finally settle that between us. And actually, I hate to have to stop you here, my lord, Angel Pinota went on to then quickly interrupt, but I think that you ought to turn back around, for I do believe that you might want to reconsider leaving, as Lord Beerus's energy is starting to change, and I don't mean by having his energy be shown decreasing either, sire, with Reno being shown annoyed by responding, "What? And just what are you talking about, Pinota? He isn't. Wait. Yes, I see, but why isn't his energy decreasing, but rather shown increasing after taking an attack like that head on the way he did? Unless he's pulling some kind of trick on me out here, but... oh, what? Darn him," Reno continues upon, now being shown having to oversee a gigantic aura burst in the sky. So the little worm still has some fight that's left within him now, does he? For I was too careless in not letting everything go down there against him, but all this is now showing me is that I'll just have to hit him a lot harder than I did. To which it was only upon with Reno then shown having to quickly make his way back down and winding his fist back in attempts of striking Beerus was when Reno then went on to quickly respond, "And so this ought to be what drops you for good, and this time if I break your face in the process, then so be it. Now say goodnight, Beerus." But then, it was only just then within that moment upon Reno being shown making contact and striking his way within Beerus's aura was when Beerus then went on to quickly respond, "Now I'd go and slow your roll down if I were you, Destroyer, for you know I find it quite ironic that you were expressing such confidence in defeating me just a few moments ago, but it would only now appear as though that this same expression of confidence that you just had is no longer there," Beerus continues. "So what happened, Reno? Surely I'm not watching you struggle to land a single solid strike on me now, am I? For it was as I had told you prior to us having to engage in this battle, that I wasn't going to allow for my loss against you earlier to be what transpires like how it was shown being on my planet again, and now that you are starting to slowly see as to exactly what it was that I had meant when I had told you, maybe now slowly through this you will only start to understand, and if you still believe that I am going to have you try and walk all over me like how you were shown doing before," Beerus continues, "then you can guess again," Reno. Beerus went on to then finally reveal his new Ultra Destroyer form before Reno, "for the difference between our power now should be painfully staggering, as you will never be able to reach me now that I am at the absolute height of where it is that I want it to be, Destroyer, as I am not only at the apex of power within my own world, but I am now at the apex as being the strongest god of destruction among you all." "What? A new transformation? But that's impossible. What have you done? What is this? For I've never seen you wield anything like this before. And so how are you able to go and acquire such a power like this?" Reno nervously questions. "For this is unlike anything that I've ever encountered among the other gods of destruction, and so now explain yourself. For I want to know on what the source of this power you now possess is, and so tell me as to what you did." But it was only just then upon having to see Ultra Destroyer Beerus not only go as far as to respond to Reno, but also be shown striking Reno multiple times before Reno could even react, was when Beerus then went on to respond, "Well, it wasn't what I had went and did that allowed for me to go and reach this point, but it was rather you who was the one that was responsible for pushing me into obtaining such strength, Destroyer. But it doesn't just end here with you, Reno, for the others had a hand in this just as much as you have, and so because of this loss and because I was so badly humiliated before the other gods of destruction and mocked for my efforts while at the forefront of your mercy, what
All right, let's try to get another W. Gonna go make a coffee after this.
Can you hear me? Flying Nimbus! Trunks! I've
Late
sent a
night, early
super time
mornings.
machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spot. You found a power key. Go slot it. That's a new power key. Place it now. This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
Whenever someone goes down early, everyone gets mad. I'm not gonna go plant that key.
Great. You know what to do with that key. A super transfer is headed your way. Take it now.
Please! Thank you so much.
Only Dragon Ball games I have is this, Dragon Ball the Breakers, Xenoverse 2, and Kakarot.
Flying Nimbus!
Yes, he didn't see me. I'm gonna try to save that survivor. Doesn't look like anyone else is saving him. Civilian right underneath.
Someone, anyone, please!
Save that sensu beam for later.
Oh no!
Get off!
Oh no!
That's a new power key. Place it now. Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
Thank you so much.
Looks like he's destroying A.
Great. You know what to do with
We
that
found all
key.
the keys though. So that's good.
I've sent a new super transfer. Sorry, that'll have to do for now. An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
Getting cooked out here, man.
Bastard!
How did I get hit? I'm freaking in the cave, bro.
Flying Nimbus!
You're my savior.
The startup system for the super time machine is ready. Head there now.
Alright, level 3, bro.
Stop it if you can. Retreat if you need to. Got it? This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
Holy hell.
An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
I don't know how I got hit in that cave, man.
Good. You okay?
Ally down. If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies. I sent you a super transfer. Use it to hold the enemy back. An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme.
Destroyed.
You are shown having to experience right now within this moment is all because of you, Beerus continues. And now that your eyes have finally been opened to the truth, you should go and come to terms with the outcome here between us, because no matter how many times you try, you will not be able to defeat me, and you know it, Beerus went on to continue upon Reno being shown falling on down. For what you see standing before you is a level of power that goes far beyond my previously known ability to be within my prime, for this here is now my absolute peak, and it's all thanks to you. And by integrating my Ultra Instinct experiences with my innate destructive abilities, Beerus went on, I've went and managed to unlock a new tier of power, as my vision is now far more clear, my moves being far more precise, and my strategies in battle being far more impeccable, for I almost feel sorry for you, Reno, as you should have known better than to try to provoke me into actually going as far as to try, but now that you can see that you are completely outclassed, there is no longer a need for this battle to continue, Beerus says.
But I don't understand. So how did you manage to go and pull this off when you were nowhere near the level of power in which you wield before me right now?
Reno questions.
As I refuse to have this be with how I will go down, and so this shouldn't have been possible. For you and I both know that I am the stronger destroyer between us, and so how did you manage to go and improve this much? Or tell me.
With Beerus responding, well, it's obvious, isn't it? Just go and take a look at where you are now, defeated and left left broken and struggling to simply stand back up, let alone having to fight back. For you had went and brought this all upon yourself, Beerus continues, as this was the price that you had to ultimately pay for your overwhelming arrogance. However, God of Destruction, I will now hereby go and offer you something in which you yourself had refused to offer me, and that is one final chance to admit your defeat and simply walk away, Beerus says. So you will either acknowledge my superiority or face the consequences of your arrogance. For you should be very grateful that I am showing you mercy, but the choice will be on you to make. And so now relinquish whatever thought that you may have had in claiming to be the stronger destroyer between us and walk away with whatever dignity that you have left. Because if you choose to refuse and wish to continue this battle here against me, then I am going to eviscerate you, and so go and choose wisely, for I will not be so gracious as to go and offer you this chance again, Beerus continues, as you and I both know that you cannot possibly plan to keep this struggle up against me for too long, and so now this is going to be your one and only chance to uphold whatever honor it is that you have left and simply walk away, God of Destruction.
No, this cannot be the way our story ends,
Reno went on to then stand back up by responding.
And so don't think for 1 second that this changes anything between us in this battle, Beerus. Because so as long as I am still standing across from you, this fight is far from over. For I will continue to stand and fight you until the power dynamic between us is once again shifted back within my favor. And so don't think that this changes anything between us, Beerus.
Reno then went on to quickly power up.
For this so-called new power of yours is nothing but a temporary anomaly, and so while you assume a premature victory against me, just know that I will not allow you to prevail.
As Beerus went on to then turn back by responding, is that so, Destroyer? Well then so be it, but I warn you ahead of time that while you may assume for my power to be nothing more than a fluke, I'll ensure to go and remind you as to why it is not, for the humiliation that you've caused me back on my homeworld will now be repaid with your agony. In which, with Primos's intentions now made evidently clear, with our heroes having to look on and waiting to see what Primos was going to do, was when Primos then went on to respond,
I should have known that there'd be more of you that Beerus decided to go and keep around as his little minions.
But nevertheless, you have no idea on how eagerly I have been anticipating for this very moment to come and getting the chance to decimate his mightiest champions. And after witnessing Beerus's defeat by Lord Reno, Primos continues, I knew that it was only going to be a matter of time before I faced you, but since there are more of you that are here than I had originally anticipated for there to be, I'll ensure that this goes exactly the way I intend for it to be, because with my soldiers here paving the way and making sure that all three of you are out of my hair and away from me for the time being as we engage, that only just leaves me and Broly all alone, Primos continues, which is exactly what it is that I want, because your audacity to confront me on Beerus's planet the way you did will not go unpunished, as not only are you one of the very rare few who ever dared to oppose me the way you did, but I will make sure that you go and suffer for your arrogance greatly because of it. And because I was already informed about your previous battles with some of the other gods of destruction prior to coming here, you are all about to experience firsthand on why I am the most ruthless and fearsome destroyer among them all. And so this is where you will all be buried, never to return back home ever again. With Goku responding, wait, now hold on, do we really have to go through with this, Lord Primos? Because it wasn't like Broly was intentionally trying to provoke you or anything, but I mean, you were coming off a bit too strong when you first approached him, and so could we maybe just go and talk about this? With Vegeta responding,
oh, stop it, Kakarot, just look at him.
As if this god of destruction is in any sort of mood to go and talk things out with us here, and so don't be foolish enough to even try, because with the way this is looking, there isn't going to be any room for either party to want to go and talk here, and so we might as well just go and prepare ourselves for what is about to come, with Gohan then having to chime in, well, be that as it may, you don't have to go and take your anger chance just because you may have had some history with Lord Beerus in the past, and so I think that it would be better for all of us to go and try to talk things out like how my father had suggested, because this isn't going to end very well for you by the end of the day. And so what do you say, Broly? With Broly having to respond, no, search his feelings, because he doesn't intend on talking with us, and if I'm the one he wants, then I intend on bringing the fight right back to him. To which upon Primos then calling upon his goons to go after our heroes, it was only just as Primos went on to single out Gohan, Goku, and Vegeta for his warriors to get rid of as he was aiming towards getting his hands on Broly, was when Primos then went on to respond, there is nothing for us to go and talk about when I don't plan on settling this through words alone, mortals. And so now go, my warriors, and get those three out of my sights and away from my intended targets. And if you find the need to go and do so, then you may take their life upon battle, but make sure you go and leave the biggest within their group for me. Oh, damn them! Kakarot, hurry! Vegeta went on to then quickly shout before being shown backing up into the forest. We'll go and drive them back within the forest and fight our way out of this, so that way we can go and assist Broly and finally get this over with. Yes, that's right. Primos went on to then chime back in, and now that those fools are out of the way, let us carry on where we had originally started and come and show me on what Beerus' mightiest mortal warriors are truly made of, Saiyan. Now come forward, peasants. To which as Broly was then shown making his way up towards Primos, was when Primos then went on to continue, yes, that's right, make my day, mortal. For if I didn't know any better, I would say that I can also sense a similar primal power to our own that resides here that I can see dwelling within you upon having to increase your power like this. Well, no matter, because in the end, Primos went on to then jump on back upon Broly being shown missing his strike. I am going to make you beg for your life for daring to step in my face the way you did. Now watch as I educate you further. As you may have been lucky enough to survive some of the other destroyers that you and your crew had faced before coming here, Primos continues, I, however, will be the final entity that you will ever have the displeasure of facing, because you will not be so lucky to go and survive me. No, I will not. Broly went on to then grab onto Primos' legs by responding, as you will be the one who will ultimately lose to me, destroyer. Oh, really? Primos went on to then jump on back before Broly was able to throw Primos down onto the ground. And are you willing to go and bet your life on that? Because I certainly would. For you have no idea as to what you are up against here, Saiyan. And because now that I have you all alone, without anyone or anything to stand in my way of doing what it is that I want to do with you, you are utterly doomed, and there is nothing that you could go and do that will go and change the outcome of that, Saiyan. For there will be no one that will save you for what it is that I have planned for you, Saiyan. Primos went on to then dropkick Broly on down into the forest. Now come as I show you around my world while I go and use your body as my guide in tearing down whatever gets in the way of having me educate you further, Saiyan. Oh, these warriors that this destroyer had sent after us are making a huge mistake, Gohan. They went on to quickly chime in upon being shown dragged in the forest. And so listen, I don't want to have to go and hurt you here, and so it would be wise for you to go and stop this, because you don't have to continue to be a puppet for that destroyer, especially when you don't even know what it is that you are going up against here. But then, it was only despite with Gohan's attempts in having to try and plead with one of these warriors as the primal warrior Goro went on to strike Gohan, was when Goro then went on to respond, never, for if Lord Primos wants you all dead, then that is exactly what we will ensure happens while you're inhabiting within our domain. Whoa, you primates are crazy, Gohan went on to then quickly respond. Oh, but you don't understand that it doesn't have to be like this, and so just try and listen to me, as both you and your allies are in way over your heads here, and I don't want to have to go and put you down and make you see things the hard way, and so I'm going to go and give you one last chance to just hear me out and stop this. Oh, darn it, Broly doesn't look like he's doing so good out there, and with Dad and Vegeta already waging their own battle elsewhere, Gohan went on to then look on over by responding, I've got to hurry and help Broly while there's still a bit of time that remains. To which as Gohan was then shown attempting to make his way towards Broly, it was suddenly just then unbeknownst to Gohan, as Gohan was attempting to make his way towards Broly with Goro being shown lunging towards Gohan, was when Gohan then went on to shout, hang in there, you guys!
Guys, just got a match. Level 100 Broly.
Nimbus Trunks! I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots.
You're my savior.
This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them. You found a power key. Go slot it. Transfer is headed your way. Take it now. Ally down. If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
No power key radar yet.
That's a new power key. Place it now.
I need help. Thanks.
Flying Nimbus! Great! You found another power key. Use it quick.
Lost my dragon chain, but I'm still alive.
Stay calm. Stay calm.
Where this diamond Iki is, bro. Can't even get my level 2. Alright, there we go. It's too late. He just transformed to level 3.
Access the startup system from the central area. Just a little more to go, then you're done. The startup system is under attack.
Stay calm.
Stop it if
Stay
you
calm.
can, but retreat if you need to. Got it? I sent you a super transfer. Use it to hold the enemy back.
No dragon change.
Got it, good! Bastard! The startup system's under attack. It's dangerous, so tread carefully if you want to get closer.
Trying to hit my I was trying to put the barrier on, but I hit the Vegeta gloves instead.
I'll send some supplies to help. Make good use of them.
Someone to come with a sensu beam.
Oh.
Just let me die, bro.
Especially you, Broly, for I'm coming, and so just stay right where you are, and what the? Oh no, for you will not interfere and stick your nose within Lord Primos's business, for you'll be coming with me now, Saiyan. To which it was only despite with Goro being shown having to drag Gohan deeper within the forest, as we only then make our way on over and seeing Primos being shown dragging Broly all throughout the forest before being shown throwing him through a bunch of trees, was when Primos then went on to continue. Yes, come now, Beast, for there is much for me to go and show you, because aside from this primal power that I feel emanating from this form of yours that you wield, I want to go and put it through the ultimate test in seeing as to how durable it actually is when up against real primal power. And while my warriors continue to punish your fellow allies while you and I continue our fights, this is going to be your one and only chance to come and prove your worth to me while I'm still giving you the chance to go and do so. And so now, unless you are nothing but smoke and mirrors, which Beerus had decided to blindly go and accept as his equal, then hurry and fight back or I will squash you like a bug, Saiyan. For I don't think that you even have what it takes to continue to keep this going here against me, but maybe I was wrong. Broly then went on to land on his feet before having to be shown emanating a gigantic blast from his mouth, because maybe you do in fact have more fight that's left within you that I originally had went and gave you credit for. And so if you do, I want you to go and show me, and you better go and make it good too, Saiyan, for I will not be giving you another chance. To which it was only just then within that very moment as Broly was from there shown having to unleash a gigantic mouth blast directly towards Primos, was when Primos then went on to continue. Good. I was hoping that you'd go and show me more of what this strange primal power that I sense within you was made of. But I want you to go and watch as I continue to rip your efforts of victory apart here against me, as this too will not be working in your favor. And so whether this primal power that I sense coming from within your soul is something that comes from your Saiyan race or not, there is no primal power that exists within.
We got another match. 83 Vegeta.
A decent plan. Hope it works out for you. You fool! Behind you! You fool! Behind you! You fool! Behind you! Well now, you got some move.
Can you hear me? It's Trunks. I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots.
Just have to try to get the Dragon Balls as fast as possible.
An ally needs your help. You don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
mission. Where are you?
Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
Thanks. There's no way a small threat like you stands a chance against the mighty Nappa!
Sorry, man. I'm all
Ally
in
needs
A.
your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
If anyone's gonna revive you, but I'm all the way on the other side of the map. Make it in time.
There's
no
been
one
a
has
change
IT.
of plan. You're dying next. You're a big help.
It's unfortunate.
You made one hell of a miscalculation.
No one saved me last match either, bro. That's just how it goes sometimes.
You fool! Behind you! Holy hell! Here comes the pain! You are Nappa! Behind you! Holy hell! You're done! Bastard! You're only wasting your time at this point. Go now! Snip out those fools! Got it. I'll take over.
Yeah, I'm stuck in A, bro.
This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise
On the other side of the
extreme
map.
caution
Couldn't
if
make
you're
it.
going to help them.
What a bunch of wimps.
Hey, that's just how it goes sometimes, man. On to the next match.
Any of the known universes that is far more destructive and far greater than my own, mortal. And if you don't believe me, then allow for me to go and show you and turn this into yet another example on just why Beerus' so-called strongest will never be strong enough to contend against the likes of me, Saiyan. To which it was only despite with Primals being shown having to walk through Broly's blast and from there being shown striking Broly deeper within the forest was when Primals then went on to continue. And so was this the best that you can do, for your attacks are both weak and ineffective? Because while you continue to try in vain, understand that I am the very embodiment of destruction itself. For my might alone dwarfs anything that you can muster, as you will never be able to harm me, not even in your dreams. For no matter how many of Beerus' strongest emerge to try and claim their titles as being worthy to be compared to the gods, there are none who are greater than the Alpha Destroyer Lord Primos. As I sit at the head of the table as the mightiest of them all, for I am the Alpha and the strongest among the gods, for there are none, whether they are mortals or destroyers, who are superior than me. But then, it was only just within the wilderness as a gigantic aura burst was now shown having to emanate and capturing Primos' Primos' attention was when Primos then went on to respond. Oh, and what's this? So you were hiding a far greater level of power from me this entire time after all, now have you? Well, good, because I was hoping that you had more gas left within that broken and worn down tank of yours, as I wonder now on what exactly is going to change. But then, it was only just upon during the middle of Broly's power-up, with a giant tree then shown having to make its way towards Primos as Primos was shown getting out of the way, was when Primos then went on to respond. Oh, and so you think that by using the surrounding landscape around you will be what wins you the day now, does it? As this isn't that bad of an idea. However, hiding among the trees like a frightened animal and throwing them as if you think they can harm me, are you? How pathetic, for your tactics are just as weak and feeble as that power that you wield, for you are nothing more than a lone coward who is desperately attempting to avoid the inevitable, Primos continues. And so now come on out and face me like a true warrior would, instead of using such cowardly tactics against me, when you and I both know that this isn't going to work against me, for no matter what it is that you go and try and do, you will never escape what awaits you, and so running from a god of destruction will only prolong the inevitable, and so quit wasting my trees and come on out and fight me. But then, it was only suddenly within that very moment as full-powered Super Saiyan Broly was then shown having to make his way in punching Primos across the face and sending him flying across the forest, was when Primos then went on to chime back in. Oh yes, now that's more like it, Saiyan, for this was what I wanted to see. Darn, these giant ape warriors are a lot faster than I imagined they'd be, Goku then went on to suddenly chime back in. But how do you think we should go and do this now, Vegeta? With Vegeta quickly responding, well, taking these grunts down would be a great starter if it wasn't obvious already, Kakarot. But do you sense that all around us, Vegeta then went on to question? For I think there are more of them out there that are starting to close in on us, and so we can't go and take any chances, otherwise we're... But then, it was only just then from out of nowhere, before Vegeta was even shown having to have the opportunity in finishing his sentence, was where both Primos and full-powered Super Saiyan Broly were then shown having to make their way and having to whiz right past them, as Vegeta then went on to quickly respond. Oh, what the heck? Wait, it's Broly, and it looks like he's decided to go all out again, which isn't good whatsoever either, with Goku responding, yeah, and if we don't hurry and do something to help calm him down and aid him out there against that destroyer, then he's more than likely going to overwhelm himself and he'll ultimately be destroyed. But strangely enough, even now from the looks of it, Goku continues, is it just me, or does it look like Broly is starting to get the hang of that crazy berserker power of his more and more now, with Vegeta responding, well, now's not the time for us to go and theorize, Kakarot, and so this is what we'll go and do, and so now pay attention. We'll go and reserve our ultra levels for the destroyer, so that way we can channel whatever strength that we need to help take that giant gorilla down while clearing the rest out by using blue instead. And so now let's hurry and jump into Super Saiyan Blue and quickly make our way towards Broly's location and go and take it from there. To which it was only then within that moment, with both Goku and Vegeta then shown quickly having to jump into Super Saiyan Blue, was when Goku then went on to quickly respond. Right, and while Gohan looks to be holding his own out there against the other one, let's go and coordinate our attacks accordingly and knock this guy out in the meantime and quickly jump back into our ultra levels the moment we head out and make our way towards Lord Primos. So the rumors of your power has indeed turned out to be true by the looks of what I can see, Simius went on to then quickly respond to both Goku and Vegeta. And while I am hereby under Lord Primos' explicit orders to take you both down, it would be wise for you both to quit while you're ahead, for I do not wish to harm you, but I will ultimately do so if I must, Saiyans. And so if you are foolish enough to fight back, then just know that you will be severely punished for your defiance against me. And so I will leave you both with this and give you one final warning to kneel before Lord Primos and pledge your lives accordingly to his very will, or if you still refuse to do so, then I will tear you both apart. apart. Which all the while in the meantime back on over with Primos and Broly, with Primos being shown having to stabilize himself and wiping his mouth following Broly's attack, was when Primos then went on to respond, "Well, I must admit that your power is far greater than I anticipated for it to honestly be, and so I can see now as to why Beerus had decided to keep you around the way he did. But don't let one lucky strike be what gets to your head, Saiyan. Because while you may serve as being a formidable contender to others," Primos continues, "there is nothing about your power that concerns me in the slightest, nor is it anything that I am not already well equipped in dealing against, Saiyan. For I actually welcome you to continue and try to use this rampaging form of yours against me, because the more you resist and the longer you continue to try and best me, then the greater the reward will be after I return to your god of destruction while bearing your head within my hand as my ultimate trophy. And so while your anger continues to swell and while you continue to try and use it as leverage here against me," Primos went on to then grab onto Broly's arm upon Broly being shown trying to strike Primos, "understand that your power is far too unbalanced to stand against me, as you are nothing more than a wild animal whom I will soon go on to domesticate, Saiyan. For true strength requires absolute control, which is something that you clearly lack, and while you are rumored to be one of the strongest within Beerus's universe, I don't see as to why that is, because when compared to me, you are nothing but wasted potential. And so now stand back up and fight back, you animal, for we are far from finished here, Saiyan. And so don't tell me that this was all that the so-called legendary Super Saiyan had to offer, which is why I demand for you to rise back up on your feet and engage with me here and now, Saiyan. For I want to see you go and try again, only to go and fail miserably once more," Primos continues upon being shown beating on his chest, "as the punishment that you have coming will only continue to intensify regardless of your efforts here against me. And so now show me what this animalistic nature of yours is made of, because if you don't, then I am going to destroy you." To which upon their battle being shown taking place as both angels went on to watch very carefully was when Angel Pinota went on to then respond, "But I don't understand, because Lord Beerus was nowhere near as powerful, nor was he nearly as impressive as he was when Lord Reno had faced him before. And so what exactly did he go and do that has allowed for him to not only grow stronger as a god of destruction, but to also go as far as to mix in and use the power of Ultra Instinct as well?" With Whis responding, "Well, not for nothing, but Lord Beerus isn't entirely wrong when he had mentioned on how it was mainly Lord Reno who was responsible for this having to happen. But aside from Lord Beerus's desire to get away from being lazy, I must give credit where credit is due, because if it wasn't for our older brother Ivalco and the Saiyan mortal Gohan who was there to train with Lord Beerus when they did, well then none of this would have ended up being the case as it is happening right now. And so you can't really go and fault Lord Beerus for doing what it is that he went and did, you know?" With Angel Pinota responding, "Hold on, so Ivalco is the one who was responsible for Lord Beerus's evolution and having him ascend into wielding such power? And you also say that he was training with a mortal as well? You mean that same Gohan which Lord Reno was shown taking down just before having to battle against his father? And when exactly were you planning on telling me about all of this to begin with, Whis? And what I also want to know are the drawbacks behind this form which Lord Beerus currently wields, because unless my eyes are playing tricks on me, then he isn't able to hold on to such a power like that for a very long duration of time like how we are able to. Is that correct?" "Well, that is correct," Whis responds, "and although I didn't find the need to mention anything until coming here, but, well, what I will go as far as to say is that although you are slightly correct in Lord Beerus being unable to hold on to such a power for a long duration of time, let's just say as we are able to, since we are more exposed to using Ultra Instinct naturally, and I think that Lord Beerus, however, will be just fine, but Lord Beerus wasn't the only one who was also shown having to evolve himself, because coincidentally, that very same mortal whom Lord Reno was shown having to defeat was also able to do the same as well. So then this really truly was orchestrated by Lord Beerus following his defeat by the hands of Lord Reno after all, because now it's all starting to make sense to me, especially if Ivalco was the one who was responsible in helping him alongside that Saiyan mortal named Gohan as well, which all the while in the meantime with Reno then shown having to quickly make his way towards Beerus, with Beerus standing there and anticipating Reno's actions, was when Beerus then went on to quickly respond, "What a shame that you refuse to accept my grace despite knowing that you are completely outclassed here against me, Destroyer."
Enough! As long will be the day where you will ever live to see yourself besting me in a fight ever again,
Reno quickly responds,
"For I am going to break you in half, and so now get over here, Beerus."
Interesting, Beerus went on to quickly respond upon being shown having to dodge each and every single one of Reno's attacks. "But how could you claim for me to never live to see the day where I would best you in a battle when I am living through it right now within the moment while besting you in battle as we speak? For your arrogance in thinking that I wasn't going to pay you back for what you did to me is almost as pathetic as your feeble efforts in beating me, Reno." Beerus went on to then uppercut Reno in the stomach by responding, "And as I find it ironic that you claim to be the strongest, but yet for someone who is supposed to be stronger than me, you sure don't appear to be faring up very well now, are you, Beerus questions, for you are just a brute. A mindless beast who enjoys throwing his weight around until the very day comes where someone throws it right back at you, Reno. For you will never rise above your true nature because you could never go through what I had to go through in order to get to where I currently am. And so now the question becomes, what will you go and choose to do?" Beerus responds, "And as I ask you, do you give up and accept your position as being the inferior destroyer between us, or should I go and have to further continue to make an example of you?
Or how about I go and turn you into an example instead, Beerus?"
"Or so you may go and try," Beerus responds upon being shown grabbing onto Reno's horn, "attempting to go for a death blow now, are you? No, I don't think so," Beerus says, to which it was only suddenly within that moment as Beerus was then shown spinning Reno around by the horn over and over again was when Whis then went on to quickly add, "You know, I must admit that seeing Lord Beerus be as extremely focused as he is currently shown being against Lord Reno is most definitely a pleasant surprise to see, and especially since he's never shown having to typically be this way, and while I would only hope that Lord Beerus doesn't go and overexert himself to the point of draining himself of the power that he currently wields, Whis
Another Broly. He's at low level though, but Broly's still annoying to play against.
A monster? No. I'm the devil himself! Finished already? finished already.
Can you hear me? It's Trunks. I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to
Someone
launch.
save me!
Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots. You found a power key. Go
You
slot
be
it.
careful too, okay?
Jeez, son.
Thanks!
Flying Nimbus!
Someone save me!
Ally down!
Someone save
If you
me!
intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies. Hey, great!
At least we got a level 2 pretty quick.
Use it quick!
You be careful too, okay?
Okay, boss.
I need help! You're a big help!
That's a new power key. Place it now.
I think there's one more civilian over there. Still have to find this E key though.
Hey, great! You found another power key. Use it
Someone
quick.
found it.
An ally needs your help.
You got all the
Know what
keys.
danger awaits. Think before rushing in. Great. You know what to do with that key.
All YouTubers. Except this guy.
Flying
Get the hell out of here!
Give me a freaking break.
How's it gone in here? You're a big help!
This is bad. Somebody's down.
Come on, guys.
Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
If you were smart, you go to the other key. Take 2 people to set the key. It's the IT to Richard. That's all I can do, guys.
Got all 7 Dragon Balls. Summon Shinron at the altar.
It shall be done. I will grant your wish.
Guy's camping the key.
An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
This guy purposely let me die, bro. Just to take my soul. What a dick.
Continues. Otherwise, it would be extremely detrimental, as he would be in big trouble if he does by the end of it all. And I would only go as far as to say that this battle is already over, with the exception of Lord Beerus getting Lord Reno to admit his defeat. Goodness, but I can't remember the last time that I had went and seen Lord Beerus be this aggressive in a battle before Pinota went on to then add, as not only is he able to see each and every single one of Lord Reno's attacks coming, as he is also seemingly doing it all with extreme caution and precision as well, with Whis responding, "No dear, careful now, Lord Beerus, for you don't want to go and overdo it now. Well, even though you just went and destroyed Lord Reno's throne area and most of his arena here anyway." "No, this is completely uncalled for," Whis Pinota went on to then quickly respond, as deep down you know that it is, especially since Lord Reno wasn't expecting for a rematch to go and take place here between them as well. Well, to be fair here, sister, Lord Beerus wasn't prepared either for when Lord Reno had arrived and went on to challenge him to a fight the way he did on Lord Beerus's planet. And so let's not go and pretend that this wasn't going to happen, because Lord Beerus is simply giving Lord Reno a taste of his own medicine. To which within that very moment, as Reno's body was then shown sliding on down and having to now reach Beerus's feet beneath him, was when Beerus then went on to respond, "So are you finally starting to see the irony through your actions here, Destroyer? For you had previously stood over me in victory, only to now be the one who is tasting the bitterness of humiliation against me." Fascinating, isn't it? And so while you are still able to move, and while I am patient enough to show you mercy, you should go and accept the reality of your current situation and give up while you still can, or I will continue to smack you around your planet until I make you surrender against me, Reno. As I had warned you that your arrogance will be what leads to your downfall, and now look. For it was your overconfidence that had opened my eyes and allowed for me to see the bigger picture following your return, and now that they are finally open, I will never intend to go and make the same mistakes before your resurrection ever again, Beerus continues, and that includes Lord Cobras, Lord Gardox, and any of the other destroyers who think that they could just go and walk all over me like that again. And so now you have one of two choices to make: either surrender your position and admit that I am your superior in this battle, or I am going to destroy you without the thought of hesitating, Beerus says. For I will go as far as to explain myself to the Grand Priest and the Omni Kings after the fact if needed, but you, however, will cease to exist if you don't admit your defeat here against me, Reno. And don't you dare think that for 1 second I won't go and do it either, because you of all destroyers should already know that I would. And for the record, I truly never wanted for things to be this way between us, and especially since we had once viewed each other as allies long ago, but this begotten grudge that you have held against me for so long is what brought us to this very point in time here and now, and so this is the price that you had to pay, and so what's it going to be? As Reno went on to then stand back up by responding, I will never admit defeat and surrender to the likes of you. Never, whether you've went on to discover a new power or not, Beerus. Never, do you hear me?
for I will never bow before you as being the stronger destroyer between us. But then, it was only suddenly just then from out of nowhere with Beerus being shown grabbing onto Reno's horn before kneeing him in the chin was when Beerus then went on to respond, "You ignorant destroyer, and that is exactly why you are in this position to begin with, because you can't seem to accept the reality of your actions when consequences come knocking at your front door. Well then face it, Reno, for you are without a chance of touching me, let alone actually winning. For not only are you completely outclassed and outmatched in this contest, but you are also outmuscled and outperformed in ways to which they are now starting to take its toll on you, destroyer. And if you think that I am gravely mistaken, then where did all of this overconfidence that you were just spewing against me suddenly go, Reno? Did I just so happen to snuff the pride that you had just displayed against me right out of you throughout this battle? Or could your eyes be finally opening to the truth of the matter?" Beerus went on to then toss Reno aside. "And while you may continue to go and try and fight back against me, you and I both know that this battle was already over the very moment I had went and touched down into your universe. And so now accept it, Reno," with Reno being shown having to turn his head behind him by then responding, "No, Beerus, this is over when I say that this is over, and lucky enough for you, this ends right."
I see another civilian over there. Damn, I just needed one more, a little bit of that energy. Got what I needed. Could be a civilian right here. Just went in that cave. Lost Dragon Ball though.
I can't do this! Don't tell me you're going to fight me! I'm going to beat you to a pulp!
There's this guy.
Here goes. Don't stop. Ah! You won't stay put back. Leave me be! What? You won't stay put back. Respect your elders. Here I go.
Now, state it shall be done. I will grant your wish.
I took a lot of damage, bro. What are you doing?
I can't do this.
Got 2 more level 3s. That's one of them. Someone's in that cave though. Easy win.
Now, Beerus!
To which, as Reno was then shown having to unleash a gigantic blast upon Beerus, was when Beerus was shown having to stand idly still by then responding, "Stubborn and prideful until the very end, I see. Some things never change no matter how badly they try, but no matter, for this is going to be one mistake that I'll ensure you go and pay deeply for then, Reno." Yes, good. A direct landing, Angel Pinota went on to then quickly chime back in. Yes, as expected, which is surely bound to have made some kind of difference in this contest, with Whis chiming back in. Well, I wouldn't go that far, actually, because if this was Beerus from when Lord Reno had faced him from before, well then yes, I could see as to how Lord Beerus would be in trouble, but this version of Lord Beerus is an entirely different destroyer. Which moments later, back down below as the smoke was beginning to settle, as Reno was shown having to stand and acknowledging his efforts, was when Reno then went on to respond,
There, now take that, you no good lousy little vermin. Serves you right for thinking that you could overthrow me and actually expect to get away with it. So, how does it feel, Beerus? How does it feel to go and lose to me once again in battle?
But then, it was only just then from out of nowhere through the smoke, before Reno even had the opportunity to finish his sentence, was when suddenly Ultra Beerus was shown having to attack Reno before Reno even had the opportunity to recognize as to what was happening, as Beerus then went on to quickly respond,
Wrong again, God of Destruction, because it'll take an attack far more powerful than that to be what'll be strong enough to take me down.
and that wasn't even close, for you had went and put me through enough which had forced my hand into doing what it is that I needed to do to be where I currently am, and so because of this, nothing that you go and try will be enough that will work, Destroyer, as you will have to need for a miracle to go and happen in order to get me to lose here against you. And so if you honestly and truly in your heart believe that I will allow for you to stand back up and continue to disrespect my presence while I stand before you, then you are truly out of your mind if you think that I'm going to continue to give you any more chances when the reality of your actions is beating you across the head, Destroyer. And so I said it before and I will go on to say it again, Beerus continues upon being shown pressing his foot down on Reno's head, for you had went and brought this upon yourself, Reno. For your reckless actions and overconfidence has now brought you to this very moment of utter humiliation, which was the same humiliation that you had went and put me through earlier. So how ironic, Beerus continues. But while I will admit that I was wrong to allow for my pride and for my overconfidence to cause such turmoil among us Destroyers, I now know that my actions and the way that I had treated you all was wrong, and for that I apologize. However, despite my admission of guilt, I will not leave your world until you acknowledge your place, and so this is going to be your final chance to surrender and admit your defeat and quit, or I swear to you on my honor that if you don't, then I am going to obliterate you from existence, Reno, and so don't continue to make this any harder for yourself than what it already is, and say it.
Wake up, Destroyer, for I want you to go and say it, Beerus continues. Oh no, but Beerus, wait.
Enough of this, for you have kept me waiting long enough, God of Destruction, and so it's time for you to go and make your choice here and now. So what's it going to be, Reno? And I am not going to ask you again, and just in case if you think that I'm bluffing, then I want you to go and search my feelings, and you will see that I am dead set on wiping you out if it means establishing my position. And so speak now, or I will end you where you lie, Reno.
All right, enough. I give up. I quit.
Reno shouts. Oh, and there we have it. Whis went on to then raise his arm up by quickly having to shout, for your winner of this rematch between Universe 7's and Universe 13's Gods of Destruction hereby goes to Lord Beerus of the 7th. And what a battle it was, but very good, Lord Beerus. Very good indeed, and so well done, with Angel Pinota having to respond, I can't believe what I'm seeing, Lord Reno. Oh, I hope that he's okay, because he appears to be in tremendous amounts of pain, and so I must hurry and go down there and check on him while I can. To which, as Beerus was then shown removing his leg by then having to oversee Reno, was when Beerus then went on to respond, a wise decision, Destroyer, and so let this defeat against me go on to forever remind you of just who I am and what it is that I'm capable of, but I also want you to go as far as to also understand that we Destroyers should not go and hold grudges towards one another, unless of course we warrant for death to come knocking, and so consider this moment as an act of mercy that was shown by me, as well as having me hope that you have gone as far as to finally learn your lesson, Reno. For you are no match for me the way you are, and unless you go and train to become stronger, don't ever dare to challenge me to a fight ever again. And so now what is done, for let there be no more bad blood between us, as you are also very fortunate that I had only utilized a quarter of my full power, because had I went and used all of it against you, then you would have been obliterated without a trace, and so take that for what you will, and know your place to never go and disrespect nor challenge me like that ever again. For your debt with me now has finally been paid, to which as Whis was then shown having to appear was when Whis went on to then respond, well, my word, that was an extremely impressive display that you went on to showcase down here, Lord Beerus, and so I do hope that you are finally at ease with your previous loss against Lord Reno, but now that this rematch between you both is over, shall I go and take us back home so that we can go and treat you to a nice hot meal in the meantime, as I'm pretty sure that you must be very hungry with all that you have done as of late, and so shall we go and get going, with Beerus responding, actually no, for I want you to go and take me into whichever universe those Saiyans happen to be in within the moment, for I wish to see their progress along with what it is that they are all currently up to, because it won't be long now until the word from our battle here is spread throughout the multiverse, and so because of this I want you to go and take me to the mortals instead, for I'm curious to see on what their current situation is along with whom they are all currently dealing with. As with the fearsome Alpha Destroyer now shown having to gain leverage in overtaking Broly in battle, with Broly barely being able to defend himself, was when Primos then went on to respond, what happened, Saiyan? Have you had enough yet, or are you still hungry for some more? For I can feel your frustration and I can sense your anger beginning to overwhelm you, and while I expect for you to show me a far greater level of power than the one that you are currently wielding here against me, I find it very amusing at the same time to watch you cry out in agony like this. And so just keep on trying to attack me and continue to struggle to resist all you want, for this will only make your defeat that much more satisfying once I decide to finally break you in half by the very end of all of this, mortal. And so now come on and show me what you've got, to which as Broly was then shown striking Primos was when Primos was then shown unfazed by then responding, there you see, for mortal power will always be second to that of a god, and so you might be considered to be all-powerful among your kind, but when compared to an Alpha Destroyer such as me, you are but a speck of dust in the wind, Broly. And so was this all that you've got, Saiyan, this so-called legendary form, this primal fury of yours? Because that was just pathetic, and so while you continue to go and try, just know that with every strike that you land and with every ounce of energy that you expend, it will only bring you ever so closer towards your ultimate demise. That much I can promise you. As you and I both know that you can't win this battle, for you had already lost the moment you stepped foot into my universe. You foolish Saiyan. Primos then went on to attack Broly before being shown swinging him across a bunch of trees. For you could have went and avoided all of this, all this pain and all this suffering could have been avoided if you had simply complied with my wishes to kneel before my presence, but instead, you went and chose defiance over your own survival. As your defiance on Beerus's planet was a grave mistake and one that will cost you everything, as I will ensure that you regret that decision with every fiber of your being. For you are the saddest excuse for a primal warrior that I have ever seen. Primos continues upon being shown attacking Broly non-stop, and yet you are supposed to be one of Beerus's mightiest champions. Please don't make me laugh, for your strength is but a joke and a laughable attempt at mimicking the gods. For your
your strength is but a joke and a laughable attempt at mimicking the gods, and here you assume that you'd be a threat to me? For you are no threat to me, not by a long shot, Saiyan. But go ahead and try to prove me wrong, and I'll gladly go and show you on exactly why you'll never find the strength to match my power in battle. For this is all but an example of my primal rage, and so now go and ask yourself if you're even smart enough to go and think on your own without losing sight of the reality you face. And ask yourself on what is the point of your rage and your anger if you have no other way of controlling it to your advantage, Saiyan. Because by the end of it all, none of it means anything to me either way, and so the longer this goes, then the faster you'll be able to see on how quick I will be stripping you away of this false sense of primal power, while I go and tear it all down layer by layer until you are finally reduced to nothing but a hollow shell of what you once thought you stood for. And while I will give it to you and say that you are by far the longest lasting mortal opponent that I have yet to face in a battle, which speaks volumes on the mountain of durability that you have displayed against me, even mountains can be eroded by the relentless force of nature, and I am the most relentless force that you will ever face, Primos continues. And so let this serve as being one of many of the examples of my fury that you will yet to go and experience throughout this battle, Saiyan, as you are but a disgrace to the very concept of what it means to be a warrior in the first place, Broly. For my title as being an alpha god of destruction isn't just for show, Primos continues upon being shown stomping down on Broly's back, but it was a title that was earned throughout countless victories during my time, including victories that happen to involve other gods of destruction too. And what's even more is that includes your destroyer as well, and so if the other gods of destruction know better than to challenge me, then I'll go and make sure that you are reminded of why that is too, Broly. To which all the while in the meantime elsewhere within Universe 18's forest, as Vegeta and Goku were shown having to deal with the primal warrior Simius, was when Goku had gone as far as to look on over by noticing the destruction waged by Primos by responding, "Oh darn it, this isn't looking good for Broly out there, and the longer that we're kept away from him while that god of destruction has him all to himself, then the higher the chances are going to be that he isn't going to be able to make it out of this, and so we've got to go and try something. Oh Vegeta, here!" Goku then went on to kick Simius towards Vegeta, with Vegeta being shown grabbing Simius in a headlock. "Now go and leave to go and put you in charge by taking care of this one, and so in the meantime while you do," Goku says, "I'll go and see if I can go and get that god of destruction to lay off Broly while I still can, and so in the meantime while I do, you go and do what needs to be done since these guys are hell-bent on taking us down while I go and try to get Lord Primos' attention away from Broly." "Oh great," Vegeta says. "Well either way, now that I have you right where I want you, primates, tell me, how long do you think that you can hold your breath and keep this going before I snap your neck and put you out of your misery for good?"